Hello and welcome to Queued Pixel. Today I'm continuing my software development streams, working on my craps table chatbot. Got my stream schedule up here. My normal weekly schedule is Sunday mornings starting at 9 a.m. That is my stream today. I will also occasionally do weekday evenings and afternoons. I forgot to update my schedule there, but weekday evenings and afternoons as my schedule permits. I'm trying to free up a little bit more time to do more streaming. But I don't have a set schedule yet. It's tough to commit to specific times just yet, so I can't predict when I'm going to stream on the weekday evenings and afternoons. I'll do it when I can. In fact, I did do a little bit of streaming on Friday evening, for those who were able to catch that. My next scheduled stream is Sunday, June 23rd at 9 a.m. That is 1 week from today. For those who caught me last week, you will note that I said I was not planning to stream today because today is Father's Day. Turns out my dad scheduled something for this afternoon/evening, and so that gave me the morning free to stream. So here I am. Happy Father's Day to those fathers out there. Now let's get started. Let's go take a look at the work I've been doing and the work I want to do going forward. So here's the notes I've been tracking. Last time on Friday when I streamed, I worked on a series of tasks related to moving the chatbot from my regular stream chat into a separate craps chat room, and I'll demonstrate that in just 1 second here. And there's just a few things I had to do to make that happen. First, I had to turn debugging off and log chat messages. So the built-in debugging behavior of the library I'm using, I think it's the Twitch.js library. It's a fork of the TMI library. Debugging by default will log all channel messages to the console. And I found that the name of the chat room is really ugly and the log is really ugly. And I also found that it logged duplicate messages from the bot itself inside the chat room. And so instead, I turned debugging off and log chat messages myself. That allows me to control the format of the messages and get rid of the duplicate messages. The other issue I ran into is Stream Elements is the moderator bot I use in my stream chat, and I'd set up some commands for it to interact with the craps table chat bot. But Stream Elements does not join the craps chat room, and so I had to implement a force command so I can run a command as another user, and that will allow me to do some testing. The unfortunate reality is sometimes I am here alone and don't have other people to help me test, so I just need the ability to simulate commands as other users in order to simulate different testing environments. Looked at the documentation, I realized I just had a small change I want to make, standardizing the word run when documenting the force command. And then we added a banker queue for players waiting to serve as the banker. This is kind of a long-running issue I've had in that I've thought about different ways of handling the banker issue. Do we want to make it a competition where you have a number of people volunteer to be the banker, you pick one randomly? Do you weight it based on how long they've been waiting? I just said, no, let's just do a queue. That way every person is allowed to be the banker in order. And so if you're not the banker and you want to be the banker, you can join the queue and you get there eventually. Remove an exception for when we have no banker when getting banker balance. Yes, I had a bit of defensive coding here where I was like, well, this was the get banker balance function. And it's like, well, we really should never call this when we don't have a banker. So I checked that and threw an exception. Just kind of a little bit of defensive coding to say we should never get here in that case. But I didn't do that check anywhere else. We had other areas or other functions where we also were relying on the banker being set and did not throw an exception. So I'm like, let's just remove it. I like defensive coding, but there's just kind of a point where it's just like, I don't know, I wanted the code to be consistent, and it's like either add it everywhere or add it nowhere, and I decided to add it nowhere, so I removed it. And finally, we allowed the bot to serve as the banker if no one volunteers. This is primarily just a simplification in that, if no one volunteers, it allows me to run commands and do testing without having to force someone else to be the banker using the force command or previously use stream elements to do it. So this is just a simplification. And then, unfortunately, I ran into some technical difficulties on Friday that my stream kind of crashed about 15 minutes before I intended to end, and I never got around to this ability right here, add ability to remove yourself as a banker. So this is where I want to start today, is to kind of finish that path of logic, add the ability to remove yourself as a banker. Then moving on, I also want to add the max keyword to place bets for the maximum amount. I find when I'm playing with a bot, I frequently don't care what the amount is, as long as it's large, and the largest amount you can make is having the ability to just make a bet for the largest amount you could possibly make, given all the other constraints, seems like it's going to be a pretty handy thing to do, particularly when we start talking about scripting, and I have some scripting ideas that'll benefit from this as well. So I think these two ideas I want to work on first, and then I'm going to get into the scripting stuff again. We've already done some work here. We've added an eval command. We've added a print command. We don't have variable references working yet, or simple expressions, and we don't have the bet command working yet. And so I think, well, I'll just look into it. I think I'll want to address the bet command first, so we can actually start doing real work. Right now we just have print as kind of a debugging thing, so that we can experiment with things as I add it. But the ultimate goal is to have the ability to place bets using scripting, and so I want to prioritize getting the bet command working, and then we can work on other stuff on top of that. So that's kind of where I'm at today. Let's go take a look. I think I have the bot running. Let's go see where it's at. Yeah, so you can see the bot has been running as I've been getting the stream warmed up here. And in order to interact with the bot, you have to go to our Craps chat room. So let me go bring that up here. Here it is. So you go to the rooms drop down up here. Normally you start out in the stream chat. And we can see I did forget what room I was in briefly and did put a message there accidentally. To get to the Craps room, you click on the drop down and click on pound Craps. And here's our Craps room. In here you can interact with the bot. Craps bet, fire one, just a simple fire bet. And we'll let that run through, and you'll see how that goes. So that's what the bot's doing right now, and I tend to leave the bot running when I'm streaming. And so if you want to play with it while it's running, you're welcome to do so. Certainly can help me test, and I certainly welcome that. So don't hesitate to play with the bot if that's something you want to do. Alright, while that's running, let's just take a quick look at the code. I don't think I have anything to commit. Yep, my branch is, everything's up to date here. Everything's clean. So let's go look at the code. Alright, so we want to build the ability to, well, let's review again just to remind myself. We're working on the ability to remove yourself as a banker. So that's the logic, or that's the task we want to complete right now. And all of the craps table logic goes into this crapstable.js file. Towards the bottom, I have a command processor function. Let's just go look for that here, just flipping through this real fast. Process command, I think, is it. Yeah, so we have all these commands. We have force, we have our admin commands, force and roll are admin commands. We have our general help, balance, banker, bets, and bet. And so I think we want to do, I'm thinking of a banker-stop command. I'll realign these to keep my formatting the same. I'll keep my formatting consistent. One of my big things is to ensure that the code looks nice, because you're worried about who's going to be looking at the code next. Now, obviously that's going to be you, but reading code is harder than writing code, and so working when you write the code to make it so that it's easier to read the code in the future is definitely high on my list of priorities. So let's just call this the banker stop command. We'll give it a username. Let's go realign these guys. One time I did an experiment with lining up these parentheses like that, but I found when I search for function names, when I'm looking for functions that I call, I'll search for this string that includes the opening parentheses. And so if I space out those parentheses, that search doesn't work. So that's why I do that formatting like that, but lining up the parameter names works just fine. And lining up the closing parentheses is also fine. Alright, so we've got our banker stop command. Let's just go copy and paste the banker command and work from that as a starting point. There's our banker command. We'll just copy this whole thing. Not all of it's going to be relevant, but we'll see as far as we get here. Alright, so we have our banker stop command. Okay, so interesting. So we have username and command. Why do we need command here? Command is probably not necessary. Yeah, I don't use it. So let's delete it here. I must have copy-pasted that from somewhere else. And let's just review the call to these functions. Yeah, so both banker stop and banker don't use the command parameter. So let's just remove it off of both. I obviously did copy paste. It did not catch that last time. Let's say we have this usual process I've been following where we skip processing a command if the player has run the command during this shooting sequence. Actually, this is a little bit off because I changed it so it's per roll. I made that a little bit less restrictive. So let's go find a alternate. Yeah, so let's use this comment to fix up those other comments here. Again, I just copy-pasted or I just didn't fix that up when I changed my mind about that. So skip if player has already... Well, let's just make it generic. Run this command since the last die roll. And let's do this below for the other bets command. Just make it generic so that way I don't have to spend as much time figuring out these comments. That command you can run as many times as you want, so it's really the bets command, the banker stop. Banker also applies. Balance, yeah, we'll do this as well. We'll make this nice and generic. Let's see, help, we do a little bit different. We've done a global cooldown on help, so it's only allowed to be run every so often. I think I have a help cooldown in my config. Let's go take a look at that here. Help cooldown, 60 seconds. Yeah, so you can only, globally, people can only run the help command once every 60 seconds. So people aren't allowed to spam that. I think that's it. We have no cooldown on the admin commands. You want the administrator to be able to run those as often as they want or need. Alright, so let's continue on with our banker stop command. Skip if the player has already run this command since the last die roll. Let's see. We need to fix this. Command cooldown banker. Let's call this command cooldown banker stop. Command cooldown banker stop. That distracts who has run that command during the current die roll. Or, yeah, the current die roll. Okay, so we have this. So yes, we reinitialize this, or we clear these out after every roll. So we'll do banker stop is equal to the empty array. And I think that's probably it. Let's continue on here. Banker command, banker stop command. Alrighty. Then we have the logic for the banker command, and none of this is really going to be appropriate here. So let's just comment this out while we think through all the logic here. So what are the possible cases we want to address here? So first case is, let's say, user is not currently the banker and is not in the queue. So we needed to complain and say, hey, there's nothing to do here because you're not the banker, you're not in the queue to be the banker, so there's really no point. First, the next we could say user is not currently the banker, but is in the queue. Is not in the, let's call it the banker queue, just to clarify, but is in the banker queue. And in this case, we'd want to remove them from the queue and let them know that they're removed from the queue. That's a third case. User is currently the banker, and the table is active. Active means there are bets or we have a point. So if either of those are true, the table is active, and we don't want to switch out the banker right away, but we do want to remove them as banker as soon as we can, as soon as we're no longer active. And then user is currently the banker, and the table is not active, is inactive. I would just say not active. In this case, we simply remove them right away, and should be fine. Alright, so let's just handle all these cases in turn here, and just see what we can do for this here. So the first one looks pretty easy. We can say, if banker equals username, if banker equals username and, or actually if it's not equal username, let's fix that up here. You're not the banker, and you're not in the queue. You're not in the queue. Alright, so you're not in the queue, you're not the banker. Let's just go address this here. Let's drop that. This user message username. What do we say here? I mean, do we just give a generic message and say, not currently the banker or in the banker queue? Let's just go with that. In fact, let's contract this. You are. So nothing to do. We're done. Simply return. All right, so user is not the banker, but is in the banker queue. All right. Let's just grab this. So user is the banker or is not the banker, and you are in the banker queue. We're beginning to see a simplification we could do with this code here. Like, let's go ahead and pull this out. So we have if you're the banker. Then we can simplify our ifs here. Oops, so we wanted that back. And then we can simplify this guy here. Actually, we could just do an else here. Let's see if we can get away with needing to do a return yet. I'm hoping that if I'm careful with my if statements, I don't need to do an explicit return in each of these. So we'll see if we can get away with that. All right. So if you're not the banker and you're not in the queue, you get this message. If you're the banker and you're in the queue, we now need to rebuild the banker queue. You can see var new banker queue is equal to splat. Let's see, we can say while this dot is a banker queue, I think. Banker queue dot, I think it's just dot length. Yeah, let's just grab this statement here, this.bankerqueue.length. Well, this.bankerqueue.length is not equal to 0. Say var banker banker name, I don't know. We have banker as a class variable. I'm tempted to go with banker here, but I don't like that naming conflict. I mean, it's not really a naming conflict, but it would be some confusion. Let's look with banker name for now, just so we can move on. Banker name is equal to this.bankerqueue.shift. Now what shift does is returns the first element, or the 0th element, and then shifts everything up one. So this will slowly drain the queue. Now if banker name does not equal username, then we want to push that to the new banker queue. So new banker queue dot push banker name. Otherwise, do nothing. So we'll simply strip the user out of this queue here. Then at the very end, we could say this dot banker queue is equal to new banker queue. And that should solve that nicely. Let's just grab these comments here so we can have these cases documented nicely as I build them up here. I'm going to send a quick message here. Say you've been removed from the banker queue. All right, so the next case. So we've handled the two cases where the user is not the banker. Now we have the two cases where the user is the banker. And now we have to decide, is the table active or not active? So let's say do an else on this. And how do we determine if the table is active? We have a line of code we use in our roll function that tells us this. So not the roll command, there's an actual process roll. Let's go look for that here. Yeah, process roll. So at the end of this, we have just a little bit of logic that tells us when the table is active. Yeah, so we have this. We have bets exist. So we have a function called bets exist that checks to see if any bets exist, and then we check to see if we have a point. Now I'm about to replicate this statement here, so I'm wondering, does it make sense to put this into a function? Let's think about that for a second here and see what that might look like. The benefit of doing that is if I change my mind about what makes the table active, then I just have to change that one spot rather than having to remember every spot. Simplifies this logic a little bit here. Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. And so here we have bets exist, and this does a whole bunch of stuff here. Let's just do a quick new function. Say, oops, it's not quite what I was going for. And say, is table active? Let's go ahead and copy paste that line we were looking at earlier. Here we are. And we can return say table is active if bets exist or if we have a point. So let's go ahead and reverse this logic here. So if bets exist or we have a point, or point is not equal to 0. I think we could simplify this formatting here. Now let's add parentheses around that block. Around that expression. That's just so it looks a little bit cleaner and we can see what's going on here. All right, now let's go look for who calls this guy. Bets exist. I think it's just this one spot. Well, here's my table active that I just made. Here's the function. Otherwise, it's just this one spot. So if this dot table is, what do they call it? Is table active? If it is not active, then we go into here. So if the table is not active, stop the roll timer, among other things. And now we can copy and paste this to our stop logic that we're working on. I think it's what banker stop command. There we go. All right, so what's our third case here? We have user is currently the banker and the table is active. There are bets or we have a point. So if table is active, we do something. Otherwise, we do something else. Now, the something else is going to be pretty easy to fix here. Here, we can simply say this.banker is equal to null. Just switch it out immediately, no problem. Let's grab the message here. And say, you're no longer the banker. Let's go grab the comment. Actually, this is the fourth case, not the third case, so let me grab the comment from the fourth case. User is currently the banker, and the table is not active. And then we have our third case. We'll just add the comment here real fast. Yeah. My indent got screwed up. Alright. Yeah, let's go fix this up. We didn't document what active meant before. We leave that up to the isTableActive function to document what that means. So let's just drop that. And so what do we need to do here? Let's add a user message. Let's see. He'll be removed as banker on the current role sequence series. How about when all bets are resolved? Not quite true, because it's possible that we'll have a point but no current bets. Or do we just simply say, keep it generic, removed as banker as soon as possible? Let's keep it generic for now. I don't want to burden our users with too many complex messages. Because if I give them more details, I'm like, well, we need to wait for bets to be resolved. We need to wait till we have no point. There's going to be questions like, well, can we stop new bets from being made? Basically what happens is the next 7 out is really what's going to be when this happens here. Of course, I also don't want to say 7 out, and it might not really be true as well, because you might be on a come out roll, and there's just a lot of complexity. There's a lot of stuff that can go into this, and I think just saying as soon as possible without giving any more details just keeps it pretty vague and keeps it from asking too many questions there, would be my hope. So what do we do here? So we have this need to remove this person as the banker as soon as we can. So let's look at the code for handling this, for where this might go here, and just kind of think through what this might look like. So we have, this is the block of code for processing roles, and this is what happens when we have a 7 out and the table is no longer active. First, we save our player balances. Here's something interesting. We select the next banker. So if the queue is length 0, we simply say this person is still the banker. And so probably what we need is a flag to say, hey, let's go ahead and remove the banker right away. You have a true false flag, and if that flag is true, then we'll remove them. So let's go ahead and add that. We have our banker queue. Let's just say remove banker. Set that to false. Yeah, so we have this flag, and so when this is true, we need to remove the banker as soon as possible. So let's go set that to true in our banker stop command. Just kind of scrolling through until I see it here. This looks like it. So this dot remove banker is equal to true. Now let's look for is table active again to get back to where that code is. Alright, so if this dot remove banker is true, we want to do something else. We want to do something else. Let's see it. So we could say this dot banker is equal to null. This dot remove banker is equal to false. And we used to have a message here. Said we need a new banker. Just double check my commit history. One of the benefits of using source control is we can go back through time and see how these things looked in the past. So I know I had a pretty recent commit where I changed this. Well, about to serve, remove exception, add banker queue. I think this is the commit where we changed it. So let's go look at the commit right before this. Browse at this point. Let's go look up craps table. Actually, I could just do a diff between this, I think. Let's just do a diff. Yeah, here we are. This is the message that we used to have before. Give, please, we need a new banker. So let's just grab this. Actually, it looks like I managed to do it. I remembered what it was and managed to do it. So good. Good thing my memory works. So yeah, so let's just think this through. So we set the banker to null, so that's what actually removes the banker. We set remove banker to false, so that we don't constantly keep removing the banker again and again and again. And then we give a message saying, hey, we need a new banker. Otherwise, we do this, and this is small enough I could probably do this on one line. I do tend to prefer to do if or else statements on one line if I can manage it, so we'll go ahead and do that. Alright, so I think we're ready to test and see if this works here. Again, if you wish to test the bot, or if you wish to watch my testing live, you have to go to the craps chat room. So we have our regular, error loading data, that's not so great, okay. Whew. Thought something was broken there for a second. So we have our regular stream chat. This is what you see when you connect to the channel, to my streaming channel here. To connect to the craps chat room, click on this drop down and then click on pound craps. I am monitoring both, so if you want to chat with me, please use the stream chat. If you want to play with the bot, use the craps chat room to do that. Yeah, let's give this a try here. So we've got our 4 cases. See, I think it's a banker stop command is what we're looking for here. Oh yeah, let's go remove this documentation. We've moved that elsewhere. I think I got a bunch of stuff here that it's commented out we can remove. Yeah, so let's give this a try here. So the first case that's going to be easy to test is if user is currently the banker and the table is not active. So let's try that real fast. Go ahead and bounce our bot. Go to our chat room. And yeah, first we'll say craps banker to set me up as the banker here. But the table is still not active, so let's see if I can just stop myself as the banker. Oops, I got some garbage on my clipboard there. So craps banker dash stop. QPixel, you are no longer the banker. All right, now let's test that. Let's do a quick bet here. Say craps bet. Let's do a hop bet here. Hop 111. Because this will hopefully be the fastest or the simplest bet to test here. Or field would also work. Hop, field, anything that's a one roll bet would work just fine. But it looks good because we have the new max payout that's based on the queued test balance, which is 9,984. So it's a division of 100. That seems to be working there. So it seems to be working okay. So let's think through. Well, first let's run this again. We'll say craps banker stop and make sure that I'm not able to run that a second time. Our cooldown should still be active here. Yep, so no response there, that's great. And there should be no response to the banker command as well. So great, the cooldown of both of those is working just fine. Alright, so we've established a point. We now have the bot as the banker. And so let's test our next case here, think through our next case here. So user is currently the banker, the table is not active. We've tested that. The next case is user is currently the banker and the table is active. So let's go ahead and queue up to be the banker here. Okay, craps banker. I've been added the banker queue, excellent. Let's do a quick roll to 7 out and get me to be the banker here. Pixel is the new banker. And now let's let's force a bet. So craps force. We'll bring in test 1 here to do a bet. I'll do a field bet for 1. So the table is now active. We now have a bet that is placed, so I can't just remove myself as the banker. So if I say craps banker stop, you will remove it as banker as soon as possible. Let's see, we had another thing to consider here while this is waiting. Let me just look up the code real fast. We have another kind of case that I just thought of. And we have lots of betting logic here. So what if user is currently the banker and the table is active, and we have another player lined up to be the banker in the banker queue. Now I probably still want to do this, remove banker to true, because the other user in the queue could always remove themselves, and then it would leave just this one player again. And if they wanted to be removed, we want to be sure we remove them. So let's go look at the logic for cycling the banker and just see if there's any effect here. All right, so if the banker queue is 0, but if the banker queue is not 0, we do nothing with remove banker. And so probably what we want to do is also set remove banker to false here, so that we don't accidentally remove the next banker. And we could test that and see if that is an issue. Let's go see if we've resolved our current test case here. All right, so we had a bet, we had a roll, we've established a point, and so the table is still active, and CutePixel is asked to be removed as the banker. So we can test this. We can actually set test1 to be the banker. So force test1 banker. And so now when we clear out myself, when we clear out CutePixel, that should set up test1 to be the banker. But then because we have this bug that we fixed in the code, but we haven't rerun the bot yet, test1 will be no longer the banker as soon as that finishes as well. So let's do a quick test here. Let's just do a craps roll 3-4 to clear out the current banker. Test1 is the new banker. Max payout is 100. And now let's do a quick roll here. So craps roll 1-1. And we need a new banker. And so in this case, we just removed, and we encountered a bug apparently. We'll have to look at that in a second here. Yeah, so we've encountered the bug that we've talked about, where we asked ourselves to be removed up here. You'll remove from the banker as soon as possible. And then since somebody else was in the queue, it didn't actually clear that flag, and as soon as the next person, as soon as the table is not active for the next banker, they got cleared out as well. And then we ran into a different bug I wasn't expecting here. So let's just look at this here. Line 947. Interesting. What's going on here? If username.length is greater than username max length, I wonder if we got a null in this data structure here. If it's possible, let's go review the work we just did. Oh yeah, look at this. So we had a bit of refactoring before, where we said display the max payout every single time, no matter who the banker is. Well, what's happening is if we don't have a banker, there is no max payout to display. So let's fix this. So if this.banker is not null, then display max payout. Because what's happening is it's grabbing the balance of null, which is putting a null inside that data structure, and that's screwing up the leaderboard logic. So that should fix that. So we fixed kind of both issues here. We could test that one fix. Let's keep this bug in place and replicate that same issue and just confirm that that does fix the issue. I've probably screwed up my players.json file. Nope. All right, so that hasn't been corrupted, so great, let's give it another try here. And so to test this, I need to have myself be the banker, have the table be active, and then I remove myself as the banker. So we'll say craps banker. Then we'll force, so craps force test1 to place a bet on the field. Now we'll say craps force test1 to become the banker next. And then remove myself as the banker. So craps banker stop. Now I'll remove from banker as soon as possible. We still have that bug. So let's just do a simple roll here to replicate that bug. This will clear me out, and then I'll set test1 to be the banker. And now let's do craps roll 1 again. So this will replicate the bug, and we'll clear out test1, set the banker to nobody, and hopefully we won't have that null issue any longer. Perfect, so that null issue has been fixed. Now let's go fix that bug where we will remove the banker unnecessarily. So we'll uncomment that, and we'll test that case now and make sure that much works. So same as before, we'll line myself up to be the banker. We will force test1 to do a bet here. And now let's see here. We want to remove myself as the banker, so craps banker stop. Actually, first let's force test1 to be the next banker. And now let's do a roll that causes me, or actually I need to say I don't want to be the banker any longer, so craps banker stop. And craps roll 1. Actually do a 6 just to mess around a little bit. That means test1 will get paid a little bit more. Test1 is the new banker. Now let's do it again. Craps roll, let's do 3-4, it doesn't matter. Test1 is still the banker. Excellent, so that did fix that issue as well. All right, so we've tested our two of our 4 cases so far. Oops. Let's just go look. Damn it! Look for the code and just continue to go through those other cases here. All right, so we tested the case where the user is currently the banker and the table is not active, and that worked just fine. We tested the case where the user is currently the banker and the table is active, and we ran into a couple of issues here, and we resolved all of those. Moving on up, we could say user is not the banker, but is in the banker queue. Yeah, this should be fine. What I think I want to do is, let's just add some quick debugging to our roll logic so we can see what the banker queue looks like for every roll. We'll remove this when we go to commit, but I just want to see what this looks like just for testing purposes to make sure the queue is being maintained properly. So we have process roll, we'll say console.log banker queue plus this dot banker queue. Actually, let's just add the whole thing here. Well, if banker is this dot banker queue, and then remove banker is this dot remove. So just some simple debugging just to make sure that all this stuff works. All right, let's take a look. Let's so we're testing the case. Let's remind myself of the case we wanted to test here. So user is not currently the banker, but is in the banker queue. Not currently the banker, but is in the banker queue. So let's just get a bunch of people into the queue right now. So we'll say craps force test 1 to be the banker. Do test 2 to be the banker. Test 3 to be the banker. Test 4 to be the banker. Now let's do it myself. Say craps banker, so I'm added to the queue. And then say 5 and 6. And now I will do a simple bet here to just test things out here. Say craps bet field. Actually, we'll bet pass for 1. That'll make the table active. Let's go get my console up so we can see what the queue looks like. And let's just do a simple roll here. So craps roll 1-1. Alright, so the banker is test 1. The queue is test 2, test 3, test 4, queued pixel, test 5, test 6. Now test 2 is the new banker. And so what I want to do now is remove myself as the banker and make sure that that gets updated properly. So we'll say craps banker stop. I've been removed from the banker queue. Let's just do a simple roll. Craps roll 1-1. So let's see. So the banker queue said test 3, test 4, test 5, test 6. So we used to have test 2. So test 2 got moved up to be the banker. Test 3 got moved up. Test 4 got moved up. Queued pixel got removed. And 5 and 6 is still there. So excellent. That seems to be working pretty nicely. So let's take a look at the next thing on our list here. User is not the banker, but is in the queue. The next is user is not currently the banker and is not in the banker queue. And I think that applies to me, because I am not the banker, and I'm not in the queue. So let's just try that real fast. So craps, banker, stop. Qpixel, you're not currently... see, I want to say currently the banker or in the banker queue. We're missing the word the there. Not currently the banker or in the banker queue. That should be simple enough to resolve. Let's see, who is the banker? It looks like, let's just do a simple bet here. Say craps bet field for 1. And who is the banker? Test 3 is the new banker. Let's say craps force test 3 banker stop. I just want to make sure that the output is working correctly here. Let's force a roll. Okay, craps roll 3-4. Yeah, so we have banker test 3, remove banker true. Test 4 is the new banker. So if we do another roll here, say craps roll 3-4. We have banker is test 4, Q is 5-6. Remove banker is false. Okay, so that all seems to be working pretty nicely. I think think of really anything else to test here. We've tested this case. If you're not the banker and not in the queue, that works. We've tested if you're the banker, sorry, not the banker but in the queue, and we've verified that the queue gets rebuilt properly. We've tested if you are the banker and the table is active. We've added this remove banker, and you'll be removed as banker as soon as possible. Else, if you're the banker but the table's not active, we will remove you immediately. Now let's go remove my to-do comment here. I verified that the data structures are being updated properly, so that looks good. Let's go bounce the bot real fast. And I think we're ready to commit, so let's go take a look at our commit here. Oh, before I commit, there's one other thing I want to change. I always want to make sure the documentation is up to date. This will be part of our player guide. We have Craps Banker serve as the banker. We also want to add in Craps Banker Stop. Let's see here. Players can serve as the banker using the Craps Banker command. If we already have a banker, you go into a queue to become banker later. Let's see here, we have kind of this third-person approach here. Just looking through the documentation real fast. They can keep that consistent, say players go into a queue to become the banker later. So if we write over player, players go into a queue to become the banker later. Players that no longer wish to serve as the banker. Or I see players can stop serving as the banker using the Craps Banker Stop command. Just to keep it consistent with the earlier documentation. And then here we have a reference to you, and so we can keep this consistent and say, note that players cannot bet when they are the banker. Just trying to see where to put this into the documentation here. I could do this. We can or we can say players serve as the banker for the craps table and other players can we'll try that, see what that looks like. And maybe go with while. Players cannot bet while they are the banker. Then let's add documentation for the banker stop command. Stop serving as the banker. So I just like to make sure the documentation is kept up to date. So we've changed our player guide, we've changed our craps table file. Let's take a look at our changes. So we've added our new remove banker flag. We set this to true when we want to remove the banker as soon as possible. We've added a new cooldown on the banker stop command. We've added this to the cooldown initialization here, so we have banker balance bets plus banker stop got added. We've refactored this logic into a new function that we call isTableActive. So if the table is not active, stop the roll timer among other things. Let's see, if remove banker is true, so we want to remove the banker as soon as possible, we set the banker to false, we set we set banker to null, we set remove banker to false, and we go back to our original message of we need a new banker. Otherwise, we just say, hey, this person is still the banker. We had a bug where if we had a queue, but we wanted to remove the current banker right away, we still set this to false just to ensure that we don't remove the next or subsequent elements out of the queue accidentally. And then we had to do a check on display max payout and only do this if we have a banker. In fact, we could possibly look at this function and only have this function do some work if we have a banker. Let's go look at that real fast and see if that's a refactor that might make sense here. And so we have check banker. Yeah, so everywhere we go, we should always have a banker when we get here. And so I guess the question is, do we want to do defensive coding or not, and basically force or enforce that we always have a banker when we get here, or we could check, and if we don't have a banker, just do nothing. It's tricky because there's lots of logic that depends on being a banker. We've already ran into that one bug. I think for now I'm going to keep it as is. We've already tested it, it works. I can't think of a good reason to go one way or the other, so I'm just going to stick with what we have for right now. Yeah, so if banker is null, is not null, then we display the max payout. So we won't display that if we don't have a banker. Here's our refactoring of isTableActive. Table is active if bets exist or if we have a point. Let's see, here we've refactored, or not refactored, but we've reformatted our command list. Here we've added banker stop, and it's just added characters, so we had to realign everything there. And so we saw some inconsistencies with our comments, so we fixed some of these up. Skip if the player has already run this command since last die roll. Same with this one. We've added our banker stop command. Skip if the player has already run this command since the last die roll. Then we have our 4 conditions. We have user is the banker and is not in the banker queue. User is not the banker but is in the banker queue. User is currently the banker and the table is active. And user is currently the banker and the table is not active. And we've tested all of those cases. It's a minor comment cleanup here, standardization. Alright, then we've added our documentation. Just some minor reformatting, but we also added the ability to stop being the banker using the craps banker stop command. I think I want to clean up one small thing here with our guide. Say, players cannot bet while they are the banker. I don't think I really need to put that note to that, colon, blah, blah, blah. I think just saying players cannot bet while the banker seems to make sense there. Let's take a look at another look at our diff here. think that looks good. Yeah, so let's go ahead and commit this. So this is add the ability to remove yourself as banker. Add command to remove yourself as banker. And since we did some minor documentation changes, let's go ahead and push this right away and take a look at our documentation formatting. Make sure I didn't miss anything or mess anything up with that markdown formatting. I normally like to hold off on commits just a little bit, just in case I screw something up, and give me some time to review it and make changes if I need to. But with documentation, I really need to check it right away. Go bring up player guide. So players serve as the banker for the craps table. Bets that are won are paid out by the banker, and bets that are lost are paid to the banker. Players can serve as the banker using the craps banker command. If we already have a banker, players go into a queue to become the banker later. Players can stop serving as a banker using the craps banker stop command. Players cannot bet while they are the banker. Craps banker serve as a banker. Craps banker stop serving as the banker. I think that looks fine. Nothing else has really changed. So yep, that looks good to me. So what's next? So I want to add the max keyword to place bets for the maximum amount. So what this is going to look like, what I like this to do is to be able to say, craps bet place for max, rather than what we have to do now, craps bet place for some specific dollar amount. And so the reason for this is because we have our max payout. Right now the max payout is 100. So if I say, craps bet pass for 500, is going to complain and say that, I must have to bounce the bot a couple of times there. All right. Yeah, so cute test is another banker. The max payout is still 100. Payout of 500 exceeds max payout of 100. Maximum allowed bet is 100. So the pass line isn't too hard because the payout's pretty easy. It's a 1-to-1 payout. We have other payouts like, say, the field that are a little more interesting. So if I say craps bet field for 50, maximum possible payout is 3x. So 150 exceeds the max payout. The maximum allowed bet is 33. And so if I'm allowed to bet max as a keyword, it would simply compute what that is, bet it for 33, rather than me having to go, okay, what is, the max payout is 100, divided by 3 is equal to your 33.3333. Okay, that means I could do a bet of 33. So craps bet field 33. If somebody wants to just bet the max, it'd be much easier if we could just have a keyword to make that happen. Now, fortunately, we've already done a lot of work to compute the max bet. Let's go look up our code and just look up our bet processing logic here. So this is where all bets get processed. We have some pre-processing that happens, and we might have some other checks that go on, but this is ultimately where it happens. So we make sure that we specify an amount. We parse it. If it's less than 1, we complain. If it's greater than your available balance, we complain. If you've already made the bet, we complain. Call the check function if it's defined to determine the largest bet permitted by the banker. So here we have some logic to get the banker balance, get the max payout, get the payout function, limit payout to available banker balance if the available banker balance is smaller. So if If available banker balance is less than the max payout is equal to available banker balance. Determine the largest bet with a payout less than or equal to the max payout. For the max to a whole unit of currency. So at this point, we've computed what the max bet is. Now there's one thing that's missing from this logic that I'm not addressing just yet because it's a little bit tricky. I want to get kind of the basic version working first, and then we will think through what the next step is for this. And so what we could do is move all this stuff up to above where we parse out the amount. Yeah, so how far do we need to get here? Yeah, so probably through this whole block here seems like this would work. As we get the max payout, we do a bunch of checks here. We could possibly move this. We could possibly not move this up, but we definitely want to at least grab this far here. Yeah, so let's start with that. So we must specify an amount, and now we have the parse int. And so if we have the max keyword, we want to do the max bet instead. So let's just grab this here. So we now have max bet. Yeah, so let's say var raw amount is equal to this. If raw amount is equal to max, and we'll say amount is equal to max bet. Otherwise, actually, let's try this. Let's say var amount is equal to max bet. We'll just start with that. If raw amount is not equal max, then we'll say amount is equal to some variant of this. Duplicated the amount equals. Amount equals safe parse int. We don't need to get the command prefix a second time. We just have raw amount. Reorder that just a little bit there. Yeah, so safe parse int, if this is not parsable, will return not a number. And so if amount is not a number, then we're not able to parse. If it's less than 1, bet is too small. And so here we have the possible case where if we say max, but they're not able to support the bet at any dollar amount, We don't want to say bet is too small, and so we probably want to grab this here. Say, ensure that the banker can accept this bet for any amount. So if we cannot, banker cannot accept this bet for any amount, banker balance, blah. Otherwise, we determine amount, we initialize it to max bet. If you didn't say max, we parse it instead. You'll want to parse if it's less than 1, bet is too small. If it exceeds your available balance, well, the max check doesn't check available balance at all, so we should probably throw in another check here to make sure that the max bet is less than or equal to your available balance. So let's just grab this guy here. Let's see, this probably want to do it after this this check here. We'll say our available balance is equal to get available balance for you. And then say if max bet is greater than available balance, then we'll say max bet is equal to available balance. So let's just say limit max bets to your available balance. Let's see here. I notice we have this check over here. We probably want to forward the max bets to a whole unit of currency after we've done our other checks. Let's go ahead and do that here. Because if your available balance is not a whole unit of currency, we will break that assertion here, break that assumption. So forward here, just do it once. I don't think the order matters here. Alright, so let's continue on. Let's look through the rest of this here. So if amount is less than 1, bet is too small. Yeah, so we've had this check here, so the only way you could get a 0 past this point is if you typed in 0. And so we've already pulled available balance, so I don't need to pull available balance again. If you already have the bet, then yep, you can play, call the check function if it's defined. Ensure the banker has sufficient balance to accommodate the largest possible payout for the bet. And I think all this stuff has already been accounted for in the max calculations. So the only real issue that we haven't addressed yet is we have this check function that applies additional checks. This is for things like the fire bet. You don't want to allow players to make the fire bet if we already have a point, or if we've already made a handful of points. You'll want to force players, or you don't want to allow players to place an odds bet if we don't have a point, stuff like that. But this check function also handles things like maximum odds. And so the thing I'm not handling with this code yet is what if a player decides to make an odds bet, or if the maximum bet you can make for your odds bet is larger than the max odds. So we'll have to test that and see what we can do here. For now, let's see if this much works. Let's go bounce the bot here. me to find my right browser window. I got too many browser windows open. Yeah, so for the pass, the max should be about 100. So yeah, depending on who the banker is, which I think in this case will be queued test. Oh, their balance is not quite 10,000, so we could say craps bet pass for max. Great, so that makes a bet for 99. Let's do a field bet. That should be 33, so craps bet field for max. Great. We can do a hop, say craps bet hop 1-1 max. Craps bet hop 1-2 max. Nice. Let's see, craps bet any 7 max. Yeah, so all those calculations seem to be working just fine. See, craps bet fire for max. Let's just see if we can duplicate some of these here. Craps bet fire for max again. Should complain, say I've already made this bet. Yeah, so the basics seem to be working. Let's just look through the code and see if we've tested all the possible conditions here. So limit payout to available banker balance if the available banker balance is smaller. Yeah, so this will require a little bit of finagling to test this. I think I can do some testing with the fire bet and get this to go here. So let's just see what things look like. I won a bunch of stuff. Nice. Alright, because I made any 7 for the max, and what other bets do I have here? I have a fire bet for 1. Alright. Yeah, the max payout is 98, and so we could say, craps force test 1 to bet fire of 1. I think we could support, well, this is 999 per. I'd probably support 8 of these guys, so let's do it for test 1. Oh, actually, oh no, it's allowed because we don't have any points yet, so test 2. Test 3. Test 4. Test 5. 6. And 7. And 8. And so if I say craps bet pass for 200, payout exceeds a max payout of 98.18. Let's just see if we could do another bet for test 9 here. Banker balance 828. Ah, yes. So we need to bring that down a little bit. Alright, so craps bet test 1 will say any 7 for max. Oops, we need to do a bet of any 7 for max. And we'll do test 2. Test 3. Test 4. We just need to chew up this available balance here. Test 5. 6, 7, 8, 9. That bet, okay, so that bet was made for 15. So the max payout would allow a bet of 24. But because the available banker balance is limited, it now only allows a bet of 15. So let's just try perhaps bet pass for 50. See what that does here. Payout of 50 exceeds available banker balance of 1. Maximum allowed bet is 1. So yeah, so we'll say craps bet pass for max. Let's just go review the code again. So we've limited the payout to available banker balance, so that works. Determine the largest bet with a payout less than or equal to the max payout. That's working. If needed, allow a maximum bet of at least 1 whole unit, provided the banker has a large enough balance. The fire bets have been testing this. So the max payout of the fire bet is 999, but the max payout allowed by the banker is like 98 point something, and so the fire bet is testing that. Sure, the banker can accept this bet for any amount. Oh yes, let's test that. Say craps bet field for max. Let's see. Oh yeah, banker cannot accept this bet for any amount. Yep, so that check works. Here we have a roll, so lots of people are going to lose some money here, possibly. Banker just made a killing. They won a whole lot of stuff there. The max payout is now quite a bit larger. Probably still have a few bets out. There's still fire bets and other stuff out there. So I'm just going to continue to look through the code here. Make sure that we can't bet it for any amount. Limit max bet to your available balance. Yeah, so what I need to do here is to adjust my balance to be real low. So let's go wrap up this roll here. Oh, it just happened by itself. Excellent. So that should cause people to lose a bunch of money. We'll let that write out our players.json file, then I'll update my own balance inside that file to be quite low, less than 100. Alright, let's go bounce the bot, or stop the bot. Go players.json. Yeah, we'll go to Qt Pixel. And we'll say my balance is 2500. So $25. Got a notification up on my dashboard here. Qt tasks messaging me in Qt Pixel's chat room. Okay. I'm not used to the managing multiple chat rooms, so I still get sidetracked by some of these notifications. Yeah, so let's just set my balance to $25. Nice and small. Yeah, $25. So let's go do a bet. Say craps bet pass for max. Excellent. So it's limiting that to my amount as well. So that seems simple enough. Let's add, let's go up to another 1,000 there. 10,000. So we want 10,000 plus 2 more. That should bring me up to the initial value. And now let's give QTest just a much larger bounds. We'll say 500,000. Or 50,000, I guess. And now I should be able to place the max payout for like an odds bet. Should allow me to place it for like 250 or something. And we'll see what that looks like. So we say craps bet pass for 1. Let's get a point here. Craps roll 2-2. Craps bet pass odds for max. Yeah, so this is the bug I was talking about. The bet exceeds my maximum odds bet of 100. Because what's happening is it's computing the max odds based on, or the max bet based on the payout. Your max payout is 500. The odds on a 4 pays 2 for 1, so the max bet I can make based on that would be 250. So if I say, let's go wrap this up here. Say craps roll 2-2 just so we win. Then say craps bet pass for 10. Say craps roll 2-2. Craps bet pass odds for max. Now that should allow me to make it for 250. Yeah, there we go. And so yeah, the real question is we have this issue here. Yeah, check function. Check function will do additional checks that this function is not really aware of. So I'll have to think through what to do with that. I think I'm okay with this as a single commit. No. I think what I want to do right now is I need to take a quick break, just step away for a few minutes, grab a quick snack. And so I'm going to do that. I'm going to take a quick minute break. I'm going to think through what to do here. And then when I get back in 10 minutes, we'll figure out how to resolve this issue. So I will see you again in about 10 minutes. And we are back. Thank you for your patience. Just needed to step away for a few minutes, just to clear my head, have a quick snack, so I do thank you for your patience. And we are back. I did some quick poking at the bot a little bit. Just I like poking it every once in a while, just to see if I can come up with any more things to test or see any issues. So I'll let that continue to run. So what we're looking at is we have this check function. This check function is used to perform additional checks against your bet. This is used for like the fire bet to ensure that we don't already have a fire point established. It's used by the odds checks to ensure that you ensure that you already have a point, and as we're seeing, to ensure that you aren't trying to bet more than the maximum odds. And so the trouble is by the time we get here, we've already parsed out the word max and replaced it with the maximum bet. We've already done a whole lot of checks. And so what are the options? We could do nothing. We can just allow this to be a bug and say, well, what are the odds that if someone's going to be making an odds bet for the max amount, and you exceed the maximum odds, because in order to do that, the maximum amount was 100x. So if you bet 1 on the pass line, the maximum odds payment is 2-1. So if you bet 50, actually, so the maximum odds you could pay. Well, if you bet the max odds amount, 100 times your $1 bets, you bet $100, the max payout would be 200. And so the banker would need a balance to support a max payout of 200. And so they would need 100 times that, so they would need 20,000. Now, of course, right now we've done some messing around so that our queued test account has 50,000, but normally you start with 10,000, so we'd have to... The banker would have to find some way of doubling that from 10,000 to 20,000 before this even begins to be an issue. Now, of course, for long-running craps tables, that might be an issue. Oh, looks like my music died. I'm going to check my music real fast and see what's going on here. I wonder if the happy station I've been playing just has limited amount of music. Well, it says 19 hours of music. Well, maybe it's time to pick a new station here. We've got Epic, we've got Synthwave, Upbeat, Hype. Upbeat has a lot of tracks. Now let's try Upbeat for a while, see what that does. And if you have any feedback on the music, feel free to let me know. I just use Pretzel Rocks to handle the background music. That gives me music that is cleared for copyright on Twitch, so it doesn't cause my videos to be muted. But it sometimes means it's not always the most mainstream music. So if you have some feedback and you have a different playlist you want me to try for a while, let me know and I could try it. Otherwise, I'll just kind of pick things that I kind of like. So yeah, we'd have to get a banker with 20,000 units of currency in order for this to be an issue, which would take a while. But again, if you have a long-running bot, if this is like on a Twitch Plays channel, like Twitch Plays Pokemon or something, and it runs for a good long while, you'd want to be able to support that. So there's how to handle that. So chuck function, let's look at some of the chuck functions we have. I think we have examples of these up above here. Handle hop, no, maybe that's be below. Let's look below then. We have point check. So if you don't have a point, we can plain and return false, so it must be false means you do not proceed with the bet. True means you can proceed with the bet. We have max odds check. This is the one that we're dealing with. And that we have the max odds multiplier from config. Well, the other issue is this is configurable. So if somebody goes in and says, hey, let's do 10x odds, or 2x odds, or 5x odds, or something, then it becomes a much larger issue. Right now with 100x odds, it's not so big of an issue, but it is configurable. Somebody could make that smaller. Yeah, so we set the max bet. If your odds amount is greater than your max bet, we complain and return false. So we have pass odds check. This combines these two things. We check to make sure that we have a pass bet. Then we make sure we have a point. We do the point check. Then we do the max odds check. We have don't pass odds check. We make sure that you have a don't pass bet first. We make sure that we do not have a point. Then we compute the max bet. Since it's don't pass, it's kind of inverted because whereas with a pass with an odds bet, you get paid 2 for 1 on the 4 and the 10. For the don't pass, you get paid 1 for 2. So it's inverted because it's much more likely you're not going to hit the 4 or 10 before you get the 7. That's why this is kind of inverted here. I think these are the only two bets that actually have a limit on them, where you're limited to how much you can bet based on this, where is it? Odds multiplier, or max odds check. You're limited based on max odds. Is this an odds multiplier? We must reverse the odds multiplier. Odds multiplier is that. Odds multiplier for All right, because we don't care about the number here, because you get paid 2 for 1. So the amount you get paid is basically, or the amount you can bet is strictly limited based on the odds multiplier, or the config dot whatever it is, config max odds. Here, since the amount you get paid is dependent upon, or the amount you can bet is dependent upon the odds multiplier, now we have this question we need to throw in here, because the whole thing is inverted. But I just want to scroll through and see, are there any other functions here that limit based on amount? So don't pass just says you need a don't pass. You can't do don't pass when a point is set. Fire, you cannot bet fire once a point has been made. You cannot bet fire when a point is set. Come odds, oh yes, the come odds has the similar limitation logic in that we have to do the max odds check again here as well. Looks like I've changed this to be workable for both variants, the come and don't come. I wonder if I could have done the same for the pass, don't pass. We have pass odds, so we would need to know the bet or the type. Let's see here. We would need to know if it is on the light side or the dark side. So we pass in a boolean for that. Well, we don't pass it in, we bind it. Interesting. I think we have a bug here. Oh, nope. We pass. I was thinking we're checking the wrong combets, but we pass in the combet, so that's another thing we bind. Oh, we could possibly refactor the don't pass and pass into one function, but we'd have to do the same amount of logic here. We'd have to bind the combet, bind the use light. I don't know. I'm getting just sidetracked. It's probably not really a concern right now. So we have three locations where the amount is limited. We have the pass odds check, the don't pass odds check, and the come odds check. Those are three functions where the amount you can bet is limited based on the check function. And so one option I could think of is we can return an amount that would be the max amount you're able to bet, and then have the handle bet function do checks based on that. Let's see if that is something we could do here. Max bet to your available balance. So we'd want to do like a check function, somewhere in here. Of course, we have other errors we hit first. So the issue with the check function is it handles some of these more complex errors, but if we can't parse the amount, then that's really more important than some of the errors, at least in my mind, more important than some of the errors you might get from the check function. If the bet is too small, bet exceeds your available balance. And so what we really need is to split these functions into two components here. Have like a max bet function that might normally be undefined, but then in these three cases, we call a special max bet function that returns the maximum bet you're allowed. So that might be the simplest approach here. Let's take a look at that. So we have our check function, we have our payout function, we have our bet data. We probably want a max bet function. And so now we need to see who calls handle bet and add that new parameter everywhere. It'll be a bit of a challenge, a bit of a pain. All right, so we said username, pass bets, undefined. So undefined is for the check function. Let's go ahead and undefined for that max bet function. Here we have the bets, the max bet function, a whole bunch of other junk. And it's too big to fit on one line. This one is going to have to be changed, and so I'm probably not. Let's skip formatting this for now, because this one's going to have to change. We're going to have to do something besides undefined here. I just don't have that defined yet. Don't pass. This is fine. We'll need to just add the max bet function in here. Don't pass odds. We don't have it defined yet, but we are going to have to pass in a real function. So again, I'm not going to format that yet. Field shouldn't matter. So undefined, undefined. Any craps, undefined, undefined. Any 7, undefined, undefined. Fire, again, doesn't matter. Undefined, fire check. Come. This doesn't matter either, so we'll just do an undefined for that. Now this is too long, and so I will reformat this because I I know undefined is correct for this case here. Let's see, com odds. Well, we have this handle com odds bet, and so we'll have to modify whatever that does. But we'll deal with that when we get there. We have handle bet. I'm going to reformat this as well. Don't come odds should not be changed as it goes to the handle come odds bet, and so we'll have to modify that function, but this call shouldn't be modified. It's not that I can think of. Now we have place. Place, don't place, buy, lay, hard, hop. None of these should change. These are all handle number bet, handle hard bet, handle hop bet, so there's no change here. Alright, so we have handle come odds bet, the username, the bets, and then the function. We'll have to fix that up, but we'll add undefined for now. Handle number bet. Let's just make sure we're at the right spot here. Handle come odds, handle number. So none of the number bets change. So we'll just add in undefined here, and that'll work for all of those. Handle hard bet, that shouldn't change as well. Handle hot bet shouldn't change. Then we have handle bet. Yeah, so let's think this through here. So we have our our max bet function. Let's just grab some example code and start thinking through what we want this to look like. Move this up here. So we have limit max bet to your available balance. Let's do this. Call check function. Limit max bet to the result of the max bet function if it is defined. So if max bet function is not undefined, and now let's see, let's just try not to, we won't do this all in one line here. We'll start a new block. We'll say var. We already have max bet is being used. Max bet function result is equal to max bet function. And in this case, I don't know what to pass into this right now. Let's pass nothing in for the moment. Then if max bet is greater than that, then max bet is equal to that. Now we should be able to run this, and this should do nothing right now because we've never defined this max bet function anywhere. So let's think through how to handle this for the pass line. Let's just scroll down till we have the pass odds check. this because this is the logic we're going to look for. And let's do pass odds max bet. Pass odds max bet. Alright, so we're going to need username. We have max odds check. What does this do? I really just need a number at this point, so let's just return the number. So it's really your bet times the times this. So the base amount is going to be this. Config.maxOdds is set, and in this case, odds multiplier is 1. So we'll just leave that, and we'll say return that. Go ahead and pass this in. First we're going to fix up the call to this guy. We need to pass in username. So I think that is here. The maxBet function, pass in username. Now let's pass this in for the pass odds bet. Pass odds, this becomes this function. Pass odds max bet, this dot pass odds max bet. So we're going to format this. Oops, still too large. We'll just wrap here, I guess. So let's see if this much works. Let's go bounce the bot and see if this much works. I don't have any typos that cause it to crash right away. Yeah, so the issue is let's do a pass line bet. So craps bet pass for 1. Let's set a point of 4. Craps bet pass odds for max. Oh, actually, I need to. This is fine. Because what would happen before is I'd say bet max. Let's see here. It's not quite fine because I need to clean up one thing. Let's set qtest back to their default. I'll just delete it entirely. That'll reset it to the default. Oops. I have to say craps bet pass for 1, and then craps roll 2 2, and craps bet. No, this was correct. Damn it. Let's get this roll over with so I can save the file and fix up the mistake I just did here. multiply that by 5. Because yeah, the payout allows it, but it's the max odds limit. So say craps bet pass for 1, then craps roll 2-2, craps bet pass odds for max. And this should limit my bet to 100, whereas before it was limiting it to I think 500 and failing. Alright, so instead it crashes. Let's take a look here. We're line 1659. So probably the context of this is broken. Let's go look up how we handled this with this guy here, the pass odds check. This dot pass bets hands. So nothing there. Let's go see how we set up the call for this. Ah yes, we need to do a bind on this. So it's this dot function name dot bind, and you pass in this. So this goes to pass odds this dot function name dot bind. I'm going to pass in this. This is one of those tricky things with JavaScript I'm not super familiar with, and I get mixed up with it sometimes. But just the way we're doing this callback, or this call, means that the context it's called under is incorrect, and we need to fix that up again. So that should fix that. Let's try this one more time. Oops, it's already crashed. I don't have to stop it. As before, let's do a craps bet pass for 1, then craps roll 2-2, and craps bet pass odds for max. Yeah, so cool. It's correctly limiting my bet to at a 2 to 100 there. So if we 7 out, so craps roll 3-4, and if I was to say craps bet pass for 2, then craps roll 2-2. Craps bet pass odds for max. I should now limit it to 200. Nice. So now if I do a pass bet for 6, we should exceed the maximum odds, and then it should be limited by the payout. Which, actually, we'll probably hit that with a bet of 3, because it's 2 for 1, so 300 would exceed the max payout. Yeah, so let's try a bet of 3 and then pass odds for max and see what that does. There should be like 251 or something, I think, would be my guess. Nice. Now, so that seems to be limiting our bets for the odds. For pass odds. Next up is to consider the don't pass odds. So let's go look up that. Might as well just copy paste this for now, I guess. So this is pass odds max bet. Let's go look up the don't pass odds function and just copy out this stuff here. Alright, so we want to go based on don't pass bets get username. Times config dot max odds. Times the odds multiplier. I think that is enough to handle it. So let's give that a try. Makes me kind of wonder why I went just so crazy with some of this code here, because the code I'm writing is really simple. The code I'm copying from is fairly elaborate. So this might indicate a potential code smell I can clean up and refactor once I finish my current work here. But we'll see. There's other stuff to think about. So let's not get sidetracked by refactoring first. Let's finish our current work, and then we can think through some possible refactoring options there. Because I'm able to remove the need for these checks up above altogether, rather than duplicating. But we'll see. Although it is kind of nice to have them duplicated because you still have the appropriate message. I don't know what the message is. Yeah, bet exceeds your maximum odds bet of splat. So I'd have to find a way of recreating that message elsewhere, so I don't know. Let's just finish our current path and we'll see what comes out next. Maybe I'll add some to-do items for future work. Alright, so let's see who calls pass odds max bet. And I think we can do this for don't pass odds. So let's just copy this whole section here. Yeah, we've got some formatting to do. Let's go ahead and wrap here. It's just going to be too long to try to wrap the whole line. Oh, and let's fix this guy. I think that'll be enough to do it. Let's give that a try. Alright, so we need a don't pass bet. We'll start with 1 again. So craps bet don't pass for 1. Now let's set a point of 4. Craps roll 2, 2. And we'll test 4, 5, 6 because the numbers are going to be different depending on the exact point. We have 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10 are the different point options here. So we got a point of 4. Now let's say craps bet don't pass odds of max. And this should be 200. Nice. let's go ahead and lose that right away. So craps roll to 2. I lose $201. Now let's do it for the 5. So craps bet don't pass for 1. Craps roll 2, 3. Craps bet don't pass odds or max. 150 because it's 3 for 2. So you divide your bet by 2, you get 100 or 50 in this case. You multiply it by 3 to get 150. Yes, that looks good. Let's hit that. So craps roll 2, 3. And then let's do a point of 6. So craps bet don't pass for 1. Craps roll 3, 3. Craps bet don't pass odds for max. And this should be 6 for 5. So 100. I think 60. 120 maybe. 120, yeah. Okay, so all those are working. I'm pretty sure the the inverse, the 8, 9, 10 would also work. So let's have this lose. So craps roll 3, 3. Yeah, so the payout. The max payout is 510. So to hit that, I need a bet of 1,000 to get 500. So let's do a don't pass bet of 11. So craps bet don't pass of 11. Craps roll 2, 2. Craps bet don't pass odds for max. This should be 1,000 and change. 1,020, I think, would be my guess here. Nice. That's great. So I think that is working. All right, so what's next? We'll let that resolve on its own, and we'll think through what to do next here. So I think we had seen the only other options that are affected are the come odds. And here we call the handle come odds bet. So let's go look at this one. We have come odd, we have come and don't come, or come odds and don't come odds. They're both handled by the same function, so if I fix up this single function, we might be okay here. So taking a look. We have a check function, which we call come odds check. So we could probably build a come odds max bet and build that out. So let's look up come odds check and see if we can build a come odds max bet. Come odds check. So let's just copy and paste this whole thing here. Now we have come odds max bet. So I think as before, we just need username. All right, looks like we have to bind type. But we need to bind is light. True for come odds bets, false for don't come odds bets. We have this check here. This check doesn't really matter. We have the base amount. We have the odds multiplier. And what we need to do is we just need to return a variant of this here. Return this dot, well, I've already gotten it, so we'll say base amount times max odds. So this would be, that's the configured value, times the odds multiplier. I was wondering if I could combine base amount or move base amount down. Computation for that. I think in this case it makes sense to separate it out. It makes this a little simpler. And in fact, I think I'll use the same pattern up above as well. So let's go ahead and do that for this. Just so the final calculation is nice and simple. Missing semicolons. I sometimes forget those. I know JavaScript is pretty forgiving of that. I like to make sure they're present though. Alright, so does type matter? I don't think type is actually used anywhere, so I think we can drop this line. So we have craps table, that is used here. So we can call the odds multiplier function. Combets is used here. Number is used here. Is light is used here. And I think config is a global. Let's check that. Yeah, so config is a global. So I don't know, I think that works. So let's figure out how to bind this object or this call up here. Odds check actually should be handle come bet or handle come odds bet. Hot bet, handle number bet, handle come odds bet, yeah. Now let's just check this here. So var max bet function is equal to this dot splat dot bind something. I'm not sure what the something is yet. I have a good idea, but I just wanted to confirm it real fast. I think the something is going to be identical to this. So let's just double check that real fast. So come on, let's max check. Let's go see who is this. We have craps table, combets, number is lights. We have craps table, combets, number is light. So yeah, the bindings are identical. So let's go ahead and pass in check params. Since we're using the same parameters, I could probably do the same name, or a different name here. Let's say function params. Or just maybe bind params. Oh, hey, we're missing another semicolon. Let's go fix that. The last thing to do is to pass this in rather than undefined down here. And I think that will now be enough to have the craps odds bets, or the come odds bets and the don't come odds bets should work now. Let's just do some simple testing and make sure that does indeed work. Let's go ahead and bounce the bot. Let's get a point. It doesn't really matter what it is. Let's go with 10. Craps roll 5-5. Craps bet come for 1. And craps roll 2-2, so we'll move that come bet to the 4. Craps bet come odds for the 4 for max. And this should be 100. Nice. This is for the come bet. So if I 7 out, that'll reset everything here. So we'll go ahead and do that. So we'll say craps roll 3-4. And as before, let's start with a point of 5. So craps roll 5-5. Craps bet don't or pass. Let's see. So the max payout, the max bet I can make is about 250. So if I do a come bet for 3, that'll allow me to get the max payout here. Let's move that to the 4. So craps roll 2-2 to move that come bet to the 4. And craps bet come odds on the 4 for max. There should be about 250. I don't know. The max payout's 511, so 255 I think would be the max, or would be this bet here. Nice. Let's go ahead and lose that. Craps roll 3-4. And we could do some quick tests to see if this is still working. We could try it with a 5. So say craps roll 5-5 to get a point of 10. Craps bet come for, let's see, the payout for a 5 is 3-2. I don't know, we'll just bet 5. Yeah, that'll be more than enough. Actually, 3 is going to be more than enough to actually... Let's just bet 10, just to ensure we have enough to get it here. Then let's do a point of 5, so craps roll 2-3 to move that come bet to the 5. Craps bet come odds on the 5 for max. Yeah, 3-4-2, so it's... Divide that by 2, multiply it by 3. Or divide that by 3, multiply it by 2, I think. Yeah, if I get paid from that, 3 for 2, we divide that by 2, multiplied by 3. So yeah, let's just do some quick math here. So 3, 4, 2, divide by 2. Oh. Let's get out of hexadecimal mode. Don't know why I'm in hexadecimal. Let's go to decimal. That's 417. So 3, 4, 2, divide by 2, multiplied by 3. 513. Yeah, that's within the max payout. So yeah, that seems to be working fine. I was going to say craps bet come. Oh, okay, we just hit it. Nice. That's bet come for 1. Craps roll 2, 3. Craps bet come odds on the 5 for max. This should be limited to 100 now. Nice. Yeah, so that's working. Next up would be the don't pass or the don't come odds. So it's 7 out here. Craps roll 3, 4 to 7 out. As before, let's set a point of 10. So craps roll 5, 5. Craps bet don't come for 1 unit. Let's establish a point of 4 for that don't come bet. Craps roll 2, 2. Oops, what happened there? Craps roll 2, 2. Oh, it looked like my message may have gotten eaten. I'm not sure what happened there. Alright, so we've got a point of 4 for that don't come bet. Now let's do max. So craps bet don't come on the 4 for max. Oops. Craps bet don't come odds on the 4 for max. A 200, yeah, so normally the multiplier is 100. Since we're now getting paid 1 for 2, we can now bet 200. If I do the same thing on the 5, let's just 7 out here. Craps roll 3, 4. And then 7. So yeah, so let's start with craps roll 5, 5. Craps bet don't come for 1. So just move this to the 5 now. So craps roll, oops, yeah, don't come is good. Craps roll 2, 3 to move that to the 5. Craps bet don't come odds on the 5 for max. Bet made 150. Excellent. Now we say craps bet don't come for 1 and move that to the 6. Craps bet don't come odds on the 6 for max. This should be 120 now. Nice. Alright, let's 7 out and do this testing where we're allowed to hit the max payout. So craps roll 3, 4. Set a point of 5. Craps bet don't come for 10. And craps roll 2, 2 to move that to a point of 2. Craps bet don't come odds on the 4 for max. Bet made 1013. So yeah, the max payout is what? 506.6. Yeah, so we double that and we get 1013. Yep, so that looks good. Now let's do another don't come for 10. Craps roll, let's move that to the oops. Craps bet don't come for 10. Let's move that to the 5. Craps roll 2, 3. Craps bet don't come On the 5 for max, this should be, I don't know. Don't feel like doing math right now. That means, oh damn it. Perhaps bet don't come odds. On the 5 for max. That made 760. Yeah, so I think we're still working well there. We have this $5 bet that's a little weird. Let's move that to the 8. So craps roll 4. Craps bet don't come for 10. Let's move that to the 6. Craps bet don't come odds on the 6 for max. 608. Let's try the 8 as well. Craps bet don't come odds on the 8 for max. Yeah, so it's just a little bit limited there because the bet was 5 rather than 10, so we're now limited by the banker's max payout of whatever that is. And if we 7 out, this will clear out everything here. So craps roll 3, 4. I'll make a bank. I won 2,000 and change. Yeehaw! Max payout just dropped quite precipitously because I just cleaned out the bank quite a bit. But I think that feature is working now. So let's, I'm going to leave the bot running for a bit, and I'm going to just look at my Git status and see where we are at. So we've modified craps table. Alright, so we've modified every call to handle bet to pass in this new function, this max bet function. So we're going to see a lot of changes that aren't really all that interesting. The interesting changes is we do pass in the pass odds max bet function in addition to the pass odds check. So if we don't pass, again we just pass in undefined. If we don't pass odds, we pass in don't pass odds max bet. For field, it's undefined, any craps undefined, any 7 undefined. Fire is undefined. As I was saying, fire is undefined. The come bets is undefined. Come odds, well, that's a function that we handle specially, so there's no change there because it's not a call to handle bet. Don't come, we pass in undefined. Then everything else, every other bet type is handled by a special function, so those are handled differently elsewhere. Alright, so now we have, this looks like the come odds check function. And here, we've renamed check params to bind params. We've added a semicolon, but otherwise this is all identical. Check function takes bind params instead of check params. And we've added max bet function, that takes bind params as well. Then we pass in max bet function along with check function when we call handle bet. Handle number bet, we pass in undefined. Handle hard bet, we pass in undefined. Handle hot bet, undefined. Here's what we've made a change to handle bet, and there's substantial changes here. So we've added in the max bet function. We've moved the amount parsing down, and we've pulled up the max bet calculations. So this is just pulled straight up from below. You get the Becker balance, available Becker balance, max payout. The payout, limit payout to available Becker balance if the available Becker balance is smaller. Determine the largest bet with a payout less than or equal to the max payout. If needed, allow a maximum bet of at least one whole unit, provided the banker has a large enough balance. Right, so this is so that for like the fire bet, the payout of the fire bet is 999, and so since everyone starts with a starting balance of 10,000, 1/10 of that is 100, and so they're not going to have the ability to pay out a fire bet of 1 unit. And so what we do is we say, all right, it's going to exceed the max payout, but we still allow a bet of 1 unit, assuming they have a large enough balance to accommodate it. So that's what's going on here. Ensure the banker can accept this bet for any amount. So if it's just like, the banker just doesn't have a balance or a max payout to accept this bet for any amount, we just complain in return here. Limit max bets to your available balance. So we had an issue where you could max bet and it would try to exceed your available balance. So we fixed that. Limit max bet to the result of the max bet function if it is defined. So if max bet is not undefined, we get the max bet result. Not a huge fan of that variable name, but I already have max bet defined, and so it's like, do I go generic, foo or temp or result? Result might be okay. Let's try result. See what that looks like. This is line, I don't know. Max bet function. Yeah. Say result. If max bet is greater than results, max bet is equal to result. That probably works. Let's just do a quick test to make sure that I didn't screw anything up with that change. Let's see, we could do craps bet pass for 1, craps roll to 2, craps bet pass odds for max. Great, yep, so that's still working just fine. What else? Let's go back to our diff here. Where was I? Yeah, so limit max bet to the result of the max bet function if it is defined. So if max bet function is not undefined, raw result equals max bet function of username. If max bet is greater than result, max bet equals result. Finally, for the max to a whole unit of currency. And then we do our amount parsing here. So var amount is equal to max bet. We initialize it to that first. And then we get raw amount is equal to the command prefix of bet data. If raw amount does not equal max, then amount is equal to this safe parse int of amount times 100. So we just parse the amount. We've been making bets for amount, so that seems to be working as well. And then here we have all of our stuff that got pulled up. We pulled up the grab of available balance. We pulled up all of this max bet computation. We've added a few functions, so we had to add a comma here, comma here. There's a comma at the end. I should get rid of that comma at the end. I don't know where that came from. Don't know why JavaScript didn't complain, but JavaScript is pretty nice about things like this. Let's go ahead and run that real fast, make sure I didn't screw anything up. Oh, we still have something running here. Let's do a quick 7 out. Craps roll. 4. Oh, we had a winner first, and then I got my roll, so we're going to do a quick second roll here. Qtest is still the banker, and now I should be able to quit out safely. Yeah, so we'll just do a quick test here, make sure that I didn't screw anything up with that one minor change. Say craps roll 5-5. What am I doing? That's craps roll 3-4. Craps bet pass 4-1. Craps roll 2-2. Craps bet pass odds for max. Just make sure that do a basic smoke test there. Make sure I can still do a bet for max and have that still work. Excellent. Say craps bet field for max. Alright. Craps bet hop 1-1 for max. Nice. And let's cause everything to lose here. So we'll say craps roll 3-4. Lost 276. No! Yeah, so that change, that removing that comma didn't seem to affect anything there. At least not that I can see. So we could always test the comod's max bet function. We'll do that. Say so craps roll 5-5. Craps bet come for 1. Craps roll 2-2 to move that to the 2. Craps bet come odds on the 4 for max. Okay. We could try the don't come as well. So craps bet don't come for 1. Craps roll, let's move it to a 5. Craps bet don't come odds on the 5 for max. Nice. And 7 out. Just to get everything cleared out there. I'm not sure if I'm going to win or lose there. Interesting. I guess I had a come with full odds and a don't come for full odds, and they canceled each other out, so I didn't win or lose anything. That was nice. Let's continue to review our diff here. I think we got all the way to the end and we saw this excess comma at the end. That's the last change I made. Yeah, so we've added this function, pass odds max bet. You got base amount, and multiply base amount by the max odds. For don't pass odds, we get the base amount and multiply base amount by config max odds and the odds multiplier. For the come odds max bet, and we could see how this could be usable for lots of different occasions. You could possibly throw the number in. Oh, let's see here. We have a potential issue here. Let me think this through. We have a potential bug. So handle bet calls max bet function before we call our check function. If we look at max bet function, but particularly this one here, we need this dot number to be set. It's the point for the odds, and so let's see who sets this up. Handle come odds bet for the number. Get bet point. Okay, no, that's probably fine. Because yeah, get bet point will force us to get a real number. If it's not a real number, we return. So okay, I think we're okay. My concern is if we tried to bet that before we have a point. In fact, let's look at this. Well, no, it shouldn't matter. Well, actually, the don't pass might be important. So let's see what happens for the don't pass. So the come and don't come odds, I think, is fine, but the don't pass odds, I think, might be broken. So let's just see what happens if we say craps bet don't pass odds for max. Oops. Craps bet don't pass odds for max. Did it crash? It did. Alrighty. So yeah, so we have this problem here. Line 406 doesn't like it when there's no point. Yeah, so if the odds multiplier, if we don't recognize the number, it's 0 in this case because we don't have a point. We throw that exception, unrecognized number. And where does this come from? Oh, I used to get a much larger stack trace here. What's going on? I wonder if this is because I have turned debug off. Let's turn debug on briefly and see if we get a larger stack trace. I think this is in Twitch CrapSpot. Trouble with turning debug on is we're going to get a lot more junk here in our log, but we'll deal with that. Yeah, let's try the same thing here. We say craps bet don't pass odds for max. Nope, we don't get the full stack trace any longer. Huh. Weird. Okay, well, fortunately I know where that's coming from. Let me go turn debug back off. I'm just not sure why that's happening. So, why we're not getting the full stack trace. And so what's happening is we're going to this function. We're calling this odds multiplier and passing in the point. And so if we don't have a point, we probably don't want to be calling this function, or at least we don't want to call this function, this odds multiplier function, if we don't have a point. Now the other option is we can have odds multiplier return something nonsensical like infinity or something, or 0 or not a number. Or this function returns something if the point is not set. So how does this get called? This is part of our handle bet function. However, max bet function is undefined. If max bet is greater than results, then max bet is equal to results. So what we want is for a result to be something nonsensical that will cause this check to fail. It's like if result is infinity, for instance, that would certainly cause this check to fail because nothing would be greater than infinity. So let's just see here what we can do. Let me bring up some guides. Okay, JavaScript infinity. The global infinity property is a numeric value representing infinity. Yeah, so let's just do some quick tests here. Let's open up this file. and say console.log is 5 greater than infinity. Infinity. False. 5 is not greater than infinity, so that is certainly one option. Then we have not a number is another option. Not a number. Let's try that, see what not a number does. Is 5 greater than not a number? That is also false. Yeah, so let's try that. We'll just return not a number if we don't have a point yet. So if this dot point is equal to 0, return not a number. And that should solve that problem. Let's give that a try. Let's see, let's go back to my testing window. Let's add craps bet. Don't pass odds for max. Oh, come on. What's wrong? This is line 406 still. I really wish I knew who was calling this. So it's line 406. I was pretty sure that would have fixed it. So who calls odds multiplier? Let's just see who might be calling this. So there's the function definition. Light odds 1. Well, this is processing if bets won or lost, so this is not it. Dark odds 1, same thing, it's not here. Buy 1, same thing. Lay 1, same thing. Max odds check. I don't think this is the place. But we're not calling it either, actually, so that's not really an issue. Don't pass odds check. Yeah, so here this calls it, but we have this point check before we get there. And that point check should ensure that we don't proceed if we don't have a point. Come odds check. Well, we're not doing a come bet. Don't pass odds max bet. This is the place that I think we're at. And I don't think we're on come odds max bet. Well, this is the only place I could think of where it's at. So let's just do a console log. We are here. Just to make sure that I am where I think I am, and I'm not tracking down something else. So, craps, bet, don't pass odds for max. Huh. So we're not getting there. That's really weird. And I wish I was getting a full stack trace here. Let's think through what is happening. So we're not getting here. We'll just put that there for now, so if we ever do get there, we'll see it. So yeah, let's just start with the handle bet command function and just see where we go.
That's cool.
Right, bet command. Bet type is don't pass odds. Payout function is dark odds 1. Bind, we give it craps table and the number. Is it possible the payout function is what's crapping out here? Because we do pass in the current point for that. Oh, that's exactly what's happening actually. Yep. All right, I see what's happening now. So let's break this again, because we'll have to fix this as well, but I want to fix the issue we're hitting first. So the issue is with the payout calculation, so let's go look up this real fast. So we have get max payout. We have payout function. Payout function gets passed in. So let's go look up. This might affect something else as well. Let me try this for the pass odds. So we know don't pass odds doesn't work. Let's also try pass odds. So craps bet pass odds for max. Yep. Yeah, so pass and don't pass are failing. So I think the problem is in the payout function. So let's go see what we're passing in for the payout function for the don't pass and the pass odds here. Yeah, the pass odds and the don't pass odds. So pass odds, we have payout function is light odds 1. We give it the number and the point. So we have light odds 1, dark odds 1. Let's go look up those. That was weird. Ah, all right. And a different function here. Yeah, so this is where it's defined. We do craps table odds multiplier, this number. And so this is used in all of our bet calculations for determining how much you win and lose. And so we reused it to determine the payout, because that made it so we didn't have to duplicate all this logic in another format. But the issue is we now have an occurrence where we're calling it in a context when we don't have a point. Normally we have a check function that says, hey, you don't have a point, you can't call this function, but we're doing this check first, or we're grabbing the max payout first. So it's just an order of operations issue. The check function handles things like making sure we have a point. And so by moving up the max bet calculations, we now need a point before we check to see if we have a point. Now I could move those check functions up as well. Except we have a chicken egg problem because some of those check functions also check the amount. In fact, the same ones we're working on also verify the amount. So we can't move them up. And so, I don't know, beginning to think that the simplest solution is to look at this odds multiplier. Oh, where did it go? Multiplier, that's if I spell it correctly. Instead of throwing an exception, and instead I return not a number. And of course, the downside for that is right now, if we pass in something that doesn't make any sense, we get an exception, the bot crashes, we go investigate as we're doing right now. If we return not a number, then the bug might not be obvious for a little while. And if it persists to the point where people start getting paid not a number and we start recording not a number in our data file, we may not understand or see where that bug crept in right away. So it makes me a little nervous, but I think it's the fastest way of solving the current problem. Then if I can think of a better way of handling this that allows me to go back to an exception or some other approach here, I can always do that, but I think I just need to solve my current problem. So let's just do some simple testing again. I want to see what happens if we do math on not a number. So what happens if we say console.log and say 5 plus not a number. Five plus not a number. My guess is this will be not a number. We'll say 5 minus not a number times not a number. Pretty sure it'll just be not a number in every case here. Well, let's go see. I haven't done much testing with this. We can see the answer. I missed some formatting here, so we'll go fix that. Oops, what just happened there? So you can see that in all 4 cases, you do any sort of arithmetic with not a number, the end result is not a number. So you can't add a non-number to another number, or if you do, you get not a number out. Can't subtract, can't multiply, can't divide. And I think that makes sense. That's kind of what I suspected. I just wanted to confirm that that was indeed the case. So yeah, I think the simplest answer to this problem is to simply return not a number if we have a bad number there. And I think at this point, that solves our current bug. And I think that'll solve this bug as well. In fact, I don't even need to do this fix any longer, because as I just tested, if this returns not a number, anything times not a number becomes not a number, so this whole expression becomes not a number. So rather than just return it here, we'll just allow the math to do it for us. So I think that'll solve the problem for us. Let's give that a try. And so craps, bet, pass, odds, max. Well, that was weird. Oh. Let's see here. Yeah, okay, so now we have another issue. Not quite as simple as I was hoping. Damn it. So let's go look at our code again. Why can't this be an easy issue? So we have our payout function, or our payout there, so what's happening is this gets set to not a number. The payout function multiplies something by the odds multiplier. Odds multiplier senses a point of 0, returns not a number, so at some point payout becomes not a number. So let's see here. So we say max bet is equal to max payout divided by payout. Well, we know since payout is not a number, max bet is now not a number. Is not a number less than 100? Well, no, so that fails. 100 times payout, well, payout is not a number, so not a number less than or equal to available banker balance also fails. So neither of those conditions are true. If max bet is less than 100, well, not a number is not less than 100, so that fails. Limit max bet to your available balance. If max bet is greater than your available balance, well, max bet is not a number, so that fails. We don't change max bet there. We have max bet function. If that's not defined, we have our result. If max bet is greater than result, so not a number, and result will also be not a number, so well, probably not a number is not going to be greater than not a number. I suspect that's going to return false no matter what. But even if it doesn't, we're still setting max bet to result, which is not a number. So in either case, max bet's going to be not a number here. Max bet is 4. Max bet divided by 100 is not a number. I suspect 4 on not a number returns not a number. Not a number times 100 returns not a number. So amount is equal to max bet. Raw amount is equal to the word max. So raw amount is that. Yeah, so we don't do any parsing, but amount is equal to not a number at this point. And here we're using not a number to track parsing issues. So what do we want to do? If the max amount or the max bet is not a number, it's because of some other issue, because we need a point. In our specific case, if you're doing a pass odds or a don't pass odds, you need a point, and we do have a check that accounts for that. So we need to get past this line and still have that check fire. And so we could do something like this. Say if max bet is not a number, say max bet is equal to infinity. And I suspect that it'll get past this line, because amount is now going to be equal to positive infinity. So to get past this, it's not less than 1. Infinity is greater than 1. It's greater than your available balance, so that's not great. Ugh. Now let's think about this a little bit more here. Maybe we can move this check up. So where does it start out as not a number? So So limit payout to available banker balance if the available banker balance is smaller. So get max payout. That's simple math based on the banker's balance. So max payout's fine. Available banker balance is fine. Max payout is equal to that. Here we have max bet is equal to max payout divided by payout. So this is where max bet may end up being not a number. Well, we could just say if the payout is not a number, oh, let's see, where'd that line go? I could maybe do something here. So if max bet is not a number, max bet equals infinity. So what options do we have here? I mean, there's infinity, which will lead to some weird stuff. So I don't like that. Actually, I guess if we went with infinity, it would it eventually get set to your available balance. Because what other options do we have? There's options for max bet. Option 1, infinity. Will just get set to player's available balance below. Next option is player's available balance. Just short circuit that whole mess and just do it right away rather than doing this weird logic. I'm going to just check and make sure I'm not missing any chat messages here. I have my chat window up, but I'm a little worried that by being in the chat room, the craps room, I might be missing chat messages. No, looks like I'm not missing anything. Just a little worried that I might be missing messages and not responding, so apologies if you did chat and I didn't respond. Apparently, if that is the case, I'm not able to see that, so I'll have to try to figure that out. I'll have to... I don't know what to do about that. I'll see if I could test that at some point and see if I can figure out how to test that. Alright, so step 1 is infinity. Option 1 is infinity. It just gets set to player's available balance. Go to step 3. Set it equal to max payout. We don't have the player's available balance yet. So max payout is the lesser of the banker balance and the max payout based on their total balance. Does it even really matter? Because ultimately we know if the payout is not a number, none of this is going to make a difference. The ultimate thing that's going to happen is we want a different arrow to fire. So we just need to get this to get past all these checks here. And I don't know, I think infinity is probably going to be the way to go. Yeah. It's just we have checks to ensure that the max bet is going to be within the available banker balance, and so I don't know, maybe max payout. Let's just say that. So if because again, it doesn't really matter. My concern is just, you know, to have something that still matches all of the criteria up to this point. And so we want it to be less than the available banker balance. We want it to be less than the max payout. Actually, the max payout doesn't matter because that's multiplied by payout. So I would say available banker balance. Which again is based on the payout. I don't know. Infinity. Let's go with infinity. Because really, no matter what, there's no real number that makes sense in this context. Because the reality is we need a payout to figure out what to divide or multiply your max payout by, and without that, we have no basis to make a decision here. So setting it to infinity means that that's limited by your balance, and I think that makes sense. So if the max bet is not a number, set it to infinity. So that we can pass the remaining. If max bet is not a number, we have a problem that will be caught by another check below. Set max bet to infinity. Infinity. Get past the max bet checks. If max bet is not a number, we have a problem. Will be caught by another check below, colon. Set max bet to infinity to get past the max bet checks. Yeah, so max bet less than 100. Nope, infinity is greater than 100. 100 times payout. Well, payout is not a number, so this whole thing returns false. So we won't set max bet to 100, so max bet will still be infinity. Max bet less than 100? Nope, max bet is greater than 100 because it's infinity. Infinity is greater than 100. Then we max bet to your available balance. This is where infinity is greater than available balance. We set max bet to available balance. So there we go. I think that'll work. Let's give that a try. So craps. Bet. That was what? Pass odds for max. You need a pass bet first for help. Craps help. Perfect. Now let's try craps bet don't pass odds for max. Nice. Yeah, it's a little bit tricky. We've got a little bit of a convoluted logic in here, and the order of operations is pretty tricky. And I think we had a good... I think this is the best decision we could make. I'm a little concerned that this is getting so convoluted at this point. This function's just getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And so probably want to pull this apart at some point. It's very convoluted. I'm using some JavaScript features, callback functions and whatnot, and but I could potentially see like this whole block could be like a get max bet. There's a possibility. In fact, this going to this here. I guess this is where it would this would be the max bet calculation here. We have this error message to deal with. I don't know. That's kind of outside the scope of what I'm working on right now. Alright, so we solved the current issue, and we solved it without having to make any changes to this function here. I thought I would have to have like a not a number check or a pre-exception check or something, but nope. We solved this by changing odds multiplier to return not a number. Then we do sensible checks when not a number filters through. We do use not a number in lots of places. And here we are. So if the max bet is not a number, we have a problem that will be caught by another check below. Set max bet to infinity to get past the max bet checks. Now, so this is a real sentence here. In that case, normally I like comments to be kind of a sentence fragment, but this is complicated enough that I make it into a full sentence. Alright, let's continue with the code review here. So I've still just modified this one file. Before I commit, I do want to update the documentation or the player guide to indicate that max is an option for placing bets. Alright, so here's our odds multiplier function. Instead of throwing an exception when we have an unrecognized point, we return not a number. Here we've modified the call to handle bet. We've added a new parameter for the max bet. So max bet check or max bet function, I think is what I called it. And so in most cases, we just pass in undefined as we do for pass. For pass odds, we pass in the pass odds max bet function. For don't pass, we pass in undefined. For don't pass odds, we pass in don't pass odds max bet. Field is undefined. Any craps undefined. Any 7 undefined. Fire is undefined. Come is undefined. The come odds, it goes to a separate function that we've modified below. Don't come is undefined. Here is the come odds. We've renamed check params to bind params. We've passed that into a new max bet function. The come odds max bet. And we pass that into the max bet function parameter there. Let's see, here we have a number bet. So for number bet, we pass in undefined. Hard bet, undefined for the max bet function. Hop bet, undefined. And then handle bet, we have substantial changes here. So we've added the new max bet function parameter. Let's see, rather than parsing them out here, we've pulled up all of the max bet calculations. They're just almost pulled up verbatim from below. There's a couple of minor changes we'll go over. Yeah, so we get the banker balance, we get the available banker balance, we get the max payout, and we get the payout value from the payout function, the payout multiplier. Maybe this should be called payout factor or something, because payout's a little weird. Payout factor. Yeah, let's try that real fast here. So where does payout get used? Oh my. Let's try payout with a space. Wait, still. Maybe space, payout, space. But then I miss stuff like that. Maybe it's just space payout. Maybe get stuff like that. I don't think it's used anywhere else. Is used here as well. Anywhere else? No, not used here. occurrences of the word payout here. Now, I think I can move this down. We can say var payout factor is equal to that. Look for occurrences of the word payout. I think that's all the cleanup for payout factor. This is banker balance. I don't think anybody uses banker balance. Interesting. Why not? Well, probably because it used to go into the max payout, but we don't need it any longer. So I think that's just a bit of code that I never cleaned up. So let's delete that. Available banker balance. Well, this is used down here. Yeah, so determine the largest bet permitted by the banker. Let's see. Determine the largest payout permitted by the banker. Get the largest payout permitted by the banker. Limit payout to available banker balance if the available banker balance is smaller. Determine the largest bet with a payout less than or equal to the max payout. And we get the max payout. If the max bet is not a number, max bet with a payout less than or equal to the max payout. If the max bet is not a number, we have a problem that will be caught by another check below. In that case, set max bet to infinity to get past the max bet checks. We need to allow a maximum bet. I think we've been calling it max bet. Allow a max bet of at least one whole unit, provided the banker has a large enough balance. The max bets to a whole unit of currency. Yeah, I think that's a good cleanup of some of this here. Just, I got rid of at least one line of code that wasn't used, removing variable declarations down to exactly where they're used, and that's helping to clean up the comments a little bit. So I think we're slowly taming this block of code here. I remember when I first wrote it, it was a really crappy pile of code, and we're slowly getting it a little more, looking a little better. So I like these changes here. Kind of forced to kind of clean it up bit by bit as I tackle it week by week. Alright, so let's just run there's a basic smoke test. I don't think I've changed anything that should cause a problem. But just to be sure, let's just do some quick tests here. We'll start with these tests that we're testing earlier. Perhaps bet, pass, odds for max. You need a pass bet first, fine. Craps bet don't pass odds for max. Alright, so the max payout is 486, so if I do a bet that exceeds that max payout, craps bet pass for 500. Payout of 500 exceeds max payout of 486.88. Maximum allowed bet is 486. Then let's exceed the max Baker balance. Craps bet fire for 1,000. Payout of 999,000 exceeds available Baker balance of 48,000. Blah blah blah. Maximum allowed bet is 1. And the max payout is still 486. We need a max payout of around 2,000 to be able to increase the fire bet up. Cool, that's looking good. Let's make sure that the max odds check works. So let's do a craps bet pass of 1. Craps roll 2-2. Craps bet pass odds for max. Nice, so that is working. Let's see here. Let's 7 out. Craps roll 3-4. Craps bet pass for, let's see, the max payout is 486. So if I have a bet of 3, I think I could do this. So craps roll 2-2. Craps bet pass odds for max. Bet made 243.00. Perfect, so that works. Let's check the don't pass. So let's do another roll again for 7 out. Craps bet don't pass for 1. Craps roll 2-2. Craps bet don't pass odds for max. This should be, what, 200, I think? And my music died again. What is up with my music? Why does that keep dying on me? Let's resume our music. Getting distracted by notifications in my dashboard again. Yeah, so that works. Now let's lose. Craps roll 2-2. And yeah, let's try a craps bet don't pass for 10. Craps bet don't pass odds. Actually, let's roll 2-2. Craps roll 2-2. Craps bet don't pass odds for max. That should be what, 800 something, close to 9, maybe 9, close to 1,000 at this point. 990, 984. Oh, there we go. Yeah, let's lose. Craps roll 2-2. Yeah, let's just look through the code here and see what we've done so far. We want payout to available banker balance, so we haven't tested that yet. So to test that, let's just do another quick little test here. Oops, let's actually go to my players file. Let's bring this down to, let's just bring it to the default at this point. And we'll say craps force test 1 to bet fire for 1. Test 2. Actually, max. We'll go max on this. Not that it really matters. Test 3. Test 4. 5. 6. 7. Oh, 7, not 6. 8. 9. And then if I bet it, craps bet fire for max, that should fail. Okay. Craps bet field for 1000. Okay, exceeds maximum banker balance of 10, maximum allowed bet is 3. So yeah, so we wanted to see if this is limited to the available banker balance. So the payout is normally 100, and now it should be 10. So if we say craps bet field for max, that seems to be working. Now we've done this check. Let's see here. I've made it allow max bet at least one opponent. Yes, we've done that check because the fire bet is the test for that. Sure, the banker can accept this bet for any amount. Say, craps bet hop 111. Yep, cannot accept this bet for any amount. Excellent. Limit max bet to your available balance. So to test that, I'll need to adjust my balance. Let's go test that now. So my balance, let's go to 2500. Craps bet pass for 100. Okay. Craps bet pass for max. Nice. Craps balance. My balance is 25. My available balance is 0. So craps bet fire for max. What does this do? Bet is too small. Right, because my available balance is 0, so that's an interesting edge condition that we haven't really thought of. I've kind of always assumed that you're going to have a balance of at least 1. I think we've tested this with the pass odds and don't pass odds. I'm comfortable with that. For the max bet to a full unit of currency, yeah, we've been doing that. And a little parse. That is too small. So yeah, this is an interesting problem. The banker allows you to make a bet, but your balance is 0. And bets is too small. That really is applicable if you type in a bet. If I say, craps bet, what's my balance again? Available balance is 1, so say craps bet field for 1, craps bet come for 1. That exceeds my available balance. I'll say craps bet come for 0. Bet is too small. So if I say craps bet come for max, damn it. Craps bet hop 1-1 for max. That is too small, and so that's kind of an unfortunate error. We'd want it to say something like you don't have money to make this bet or something. Let's think that through here. Where could we do that here? Or do we just say that this is such a edge condition that it just doesn't really matter? And what are my options here? Get to here. If raw amount is not equal to max, we parse it. So let's do an if here, or maybe an else. I could try the opposite here. We could say amount is equal to this. And if raw amount is equal to max, then we can do some quick checks here, because this is where it matters. Then we'd say amount is equal to max bet. And see, hold on for 1 second, guys. I got a quick phone call I got to take here. Father's Day plans. So I'm going to step away for just a couple minutes. Give me 1 second here. Sorry about that little pause there. Just had a phone call from one of my close family members. We're planning Father's Day. And so I probably do want to wrap up before too long here, just to start getting ready for Father's Day and heading out to an event I got going on. But I have a little bit of time. You just want to wrap up this current feature. But I do appreciate your patience while I take that quick call there. So yeah, where were we at? We were looking at... Yeah, so if your raw amount is max, we set amount equals to max bet, and then I also wanted to do an additional check here that was if max bet is less than 100, and bear in mind we've already checked to see, we've already done this check. Banker cannot accept this bet for any amount. And so the only way max bet would get smaller is if max bet exceeds available balance. So then we set max bet to available balance. Limit it to the result of the max bet function if it is defined. Well, this should never return 0. There's always going to be a multiplier, unless the config is screwed up, which then we'll have our own issues. We should maybe test to see what happens if our max odds configuration gets set to 0. What blows up if that happens? That could be an interesting test. But assuming our max odds configuration is correct, then this won't set it to 0. If it is less than 100, this will set it to 0 here. So if our available balance is like 50 cents, this will set it to set max bet to 0. And so if max bet is less than 100, let's do this. Just grab this, we'll do that, we'll return, otherwise we'll set that. And we want to say your available balance is too low, and let's print out your available balance. Plus sign in here. How did I handle this? Looks like I wrapped on this statement. Maybe I could do this. Ah, just out of reach. How about this? Just out of reach. Damn it. Yeah, this is why I did it up above anyway, so that'll work. Actually, it's not available banker balance, it is available balance, so that actually changes things slightly. Oh, my voice is beginning to go. I've been streaming for a little too long today, apparently. I've been going for about 4 hours and 20 minutes, so definitely hitting my edge, I would say. But I do want to finish this task, so I'm going to work hard to finish this task here. So your available balance is too low. Your available balance is too low. Let's see if that works. Yeah, so let's see if that change works. Do some quick testing here. We'll say craps bet fire, well, field for 1, just to make sure that manually setting the bet amounts works. Unable to parse amount. Okay, that's not great. What did I do wrong here? So if raw amount is equal to max, which is not the case. Oh, I need to do that. No, yes, I do need to do that. So we get raw amount. If raw amount is equal to max. Yeah, so let's try that. I just needed to get that reversed. So say craps bet field for 2. And let's try craps bet pass for max. Craps bet fire for max. Your available balance is too low. Let's see, we don't need the help message on this one, so let's drop the help message. Let's try that again. A craps bet field for max. Craps bet pass for max. Nice. Yeah, so just an additional check there where if your available balance is 0 and you declare a max bet, we just wanted to differentiate between saying this so if you manually say 0, you say bet is too small, for help do this. If you say max, but your available balance is too low, you get that. I think that works. Alright, so moving on, just continuing our testing here. Let's see, we haven't done the not a number testing yet, so say craps bet pass for kappa. And what a parse, excellent. Bet is too small, say craps bet pass for 0. Bet is too small, yep. If it exceeds your available balance, bet exceeds your available balance, so craps bet pass for 50. Bet exceeds your available balance of 13. Let's see, you've already made this bet, so craps bet pass for 1. I think I've already made this bet. Nope, no, now we'll test it again. Craps bet pass for 1. Excellent. Call the check function. It's like fire should not be allowed, so craps bet fire of 1. Got bet a fire bet when a point is set. Excellent. Ensure the banker has the sufficient balance to accommodate the largest possible payout for the bet. Yeah, to do this, I'm going to have to change my balance situation here. So that should reset my balance to the default of 10,000. It should now allow me to do a couple things here. So payout of blank exceeds available banker balance. Yeah, so let's do a huge fire bet. So craps bet fire for 100. Payout of 99,900 exceeds double balance of 10,000, blah, 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 blah. And we have payout of blah 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 exceeds max payout, so I think I can do craps bet fire for 10. Payout of 99 exceeds max payout of 100. Maximum allowed bet is 1. Bet made. Yeah, so I think we've done all of our testing here. I say craps bet fire for max. Are we on a point? So we bet fire. Nope, that's the first bet we've made. All right. So let's just do some quick testing to make sure the max payout function is still working. I think I've tested that, but it's been a little while. So let's do a craps bet pass for 1. Craps bet or craps roll 2-2. And craps bet pass odds for max. Nice, because the max payout is 100. If we say craps bet don't pass, well, let's see, it's too late for that. Let's do a 7 out. Craps roll 3-4. Craps bet don't pass. 4-1. Craps bet don't, let's see, craps roll 2-2. Craps bet don't pass odds for max. Took a while for the leaderboard to come out. Now, what's the max payout again? Max payout is 100.78. Feel a little more comfortable if Q test balance was a little bit higher for this purpose. So craps bet pass for 2. Craps roll 2-2. Craps bet pass odds for max. So 200. So craps roll 3-4. Craps bet pass for 3 should allow us to max it out here. Craps roll 2-2. Craps bet pass odds for max. That made for 251, excellent. And craps roll 3-4 just to get that out. So yeah, I think the max odds calculations are working here. I think we're good. All right, so I think it's time to review our documentation. So let's go ahead and just look at our documentation real fast here. Yeah, still not sure what to do with the maximum odds documentation. It's I need to think through that. Let's see here. If you want to bet the maximum possible amount, replace amount with the word max. Example. Craps bet pass max. How do I do this up above? I have other examples. We'll do it like that. We do it all on the same, in the same paragraph. So sure, let's try that. Let's see. To bet the maximum possible amount, replace amount with the word max. So we have this standard up above where we do a line break between each one. How does that look? Let's look up our guide here. So here's our examples here. Example, craps help. Example, craps bet pass 1. And here the format is pretty lengthy. Let's see. For example, to make a pass bet for the maximum amount. To make a pass bet for the maximum amount. Yes. For example, use this command to make a pass bet. Let's put this on a new line. Maybe that'll work. To bet the maximum possible amount, replace amount with the word max. For example, do this. Yeah, use this command. I think that works. And we'll commit that and we'll look it up once I push it and see if that looks good. For now, let's do a diff and see where we're at. Alright, so we've changed our odds multiplier to return not a number if we give it a point that doesn't exist, or if we don't have a point. We used to throw an exception, but that was just too crappy because we have a couple of cases where we call this without a point and we need it to work. So we return not a number instead, and we simply check for not a number down below. For handling bets, we have now added this new function parameter called the I think it's the max bet function. In most cases, it's undefined. We have no specific max bet for any of these functions. So for like pass, we pass an undefined. For pass odds, we do have a specific function. We pass in the pass odds max bet. For don't pass, undefined. It was there. Don't pass odds, we have a new function. This is the don't pass odds max bet. Field is undefined, handicraps is undefined, 87 is undefined, fire is undefined, The come bet is also undefined, and don't come is also undefined. See here, we're addressing, I think this is for processing come odds and don't come odds bets. And so we've added a new call to maxBet function. We pass in bind params. We've renamed check params to bind params because we're using it for both the check function and the maxBet function. So I pass maxBet function into handle bet. Here I have handle number bet. In every case, we don't have a maxBet function here, so it's just undefined for every call to handle number bet. Handle hard bet, same thing, undefined. Same for hop bet, undefined. Handle bet, we've added the maxBet function. We've moved up all of the logic for determining the max payout. We've done some minor refactoring here to clean it up a little bit and fix some of the issues we've run into. We get the max payout permitted by the banker. We get their max payout. We limit the payout to the available banker balance if the available banker balance is smaller. We get the banker balance if it's the balance is less than the max payout. We set max payout to the available banker balance. Determine the max bet with a payout less than or equal to the max payout. So we got our payout factor from the payout function. We multiply max bet, or we multiply max payout. We divide max payout by the payout factor to get the max bet. Now, of course, what can happen is payout function can return not a number. That's part of the odds multiplier that we talked about earlier, that if we don't have a point, the odds multiplier returns not a number, and that means payout function can return not a number if we need a point and we don't have a point. And as I found, not a number multiplied by anything, divided by anything, plus or minus anything, always results in not a number. So if payout factor is not a number, max bet is not a number. And if max bet is not a number, we set it equal to infinity. This comment kind of explains why. If the max bet is not a number, we have a problem that will be caught by another check below. In that case, set max bet to infinity to get past the max bet checks. If needed, allow a max bet of at least one whole unit, provided the banker has a large enough balance. So in some cases, like with a fire bet, the max payout for a fire bet is 999. If the max payout is less than 999, which is typical for the system, because the starting balance is not enough for the full max payout of a fire bet, we still allow them to make a bet of 1 unit, even though it might exceed the max payout, assuming the banker has a large enough balance to accommodate that bet. So that's what we're doing here. Be sure that the banker can accept this bet for any amount. It's possible if the banker just doesn't have $999 to pay the fire bet at any amount. We check that here. And if that's the case, we complain. Banker can accept this bet for any amount. Here's the banker balance. So limit the max bet to your available balance. The max bet is greater than your balance. We set it to be your available balance. Limit max bet to the result of the max bet function if it is defined. So this limits things like the odds bets and stuff like that we've kind of talked about. For the max bet to a whole unit of currency, so that when we do make the bet, if we do make a max bet, we're not going to be doing any sort of weird fractional dollar amounts. Here we do our parsing. So we set raw amount is equal to by prefix. We parse it. We set amount equal to the parse of that. But if the raw amount is equal to max, then we instead turn around and say, well, if max bet is less than 100, your available balance is too low. So that means your available balance is 0 or less than 1 at this point. So you just can't make any bets at this point because your available balance is too low. And so we did this because otherwise we set the max bet to 0 and then we complain down below saying, hey, you can't make a bet for 0. Well, that makes no sense. If you said bet max and your max bet is 0 because your balance is too low, we want to say this rather than 0 is not a valid bet. Because otherwise saying 0 is not a valid bet is a pretty weird error for that case. It doesn't give them enough information or the appropriate information. If we don't hit that, we say we set amount to max bet. Let's see, we did some mine. So some of these things got pulled up. We pulled up available balance. We pulled up banker balance. We pulled up this whole section here. We renamed payouts to payout factor because payout factor made more sense. And here's our new functions. We have our pass odds max bet, which basically multiplies the base amount by the configured max odds. Here we have the don't pass, which does the same thing, but also adds in the odds multiplier, because it's kind of the inverse of the odds. You get paid 1 for 2, so you're allowed to bet more to win less. You must bind an object to this function. This is the come odds max bets, and this kind of handles both cases of the come odds bets. We have come odds and don't come odds bets, based on whether it's on the light side or the dark side. Light side is come odds, dark side is don't come odds. We pull up the base amount, we compute our odds multiplier. If you're on the light side, it's 1, otherwise it's based on the odds multiplier. And we multiply out your base amount, the configured max odds, and the odds multiplier to get the max amount you're able to bet. Then we added the max bet documentation to our guide to bet the maximum possible amount. Replace amount with the word max. For example, use this command to make a pass bet for the maximum amount. Let's drop the word possible to bet the maximum amount. Replace the amount with the word max. Let's drop the word with replace amount with max. For example, use this command to make a pass bet for the maximum amount. Craps bet pass max. So if this hanging out, I'm not doing anything with this yet, but that's still on my list of things to address. To bet the maximum amount, replace amount with max. For example, use this command to make a pass bet for the maximum amount. Craps bet pass max. I think it looks good. Let's go ahead and commit. Review my notes here. So all this work was to add the max keyword to place bets for the maximum amount. By the way, we got some notes here. Let's go drop these notes. Alright, so we have another error update. Update bet error messages when betting in excess of what is allowed to display the maximum allowed bet. And we can show that real fast here. Let's see, let's bring up my console window and bring up this guy. So if I say bet, craps bet, let's say hop 1-1 for, say, 500. Payout of 16,000 exceeds max payout of 505.34. Maximum allowed bet is 15. So what's the error here? Update bet error message when betting in excess of what is allowed to display the maximum allowed bet. Let's see, maybe that would be if I bet larger than my balance. So craps bet field for a whole bunch there. Yeah, okay, so bet exceeds your available balance of that. All right, well, let's say craps bet field for 9508. And now we see the maximum allowed bet is 168. Craps bet field for 168. And that allows it to be made there. And so yeah, so in cases where we have an error saying, hey, this exceeds your available balance, to now say what the maximum allowed bet is. Is that a simple change? Let's go see what other Let's go look at the code here, see what other error messages we might have here. I'm going to specify an amount. Nah. Bagger cannot accept this amount for any amount. Nah. Total balance is too low. Nope. Enable to parse. Nope. Bet is too small. Nope. Bet exceeds our level balance. This is a possibility here. We've already made this bet. Nope. Payout exceeds. Here's your maximum allowed bet. Yeah, so I think it's just at this point we can just grab this. Format currency. Splat down a plus. And I think part of the reason why this is possible now is we've moved the max bet calculations around so that we now have this available. So this just kind of simplifies the amount of return trips to the bot to make the maximum possible bet. So let's go ahead and just give this a try. Okay, craps bet field for big, large amount. Max payout 503. Bet exceeds our available balance. Maximum allowed bet 167. Alright, so craps bet field for 167. Nice, yeah, so we don't have another round trip to go, okay, well let's make a bet for my available balance. Go, oh, well that's still larger than what I'm able to bet. Alright, now let's do the max bets. This gets rid of one round trip there, so... And I think that's a great thing to do in this commit, because we're cleaning up all the max bet calculations. And it's just like a one-line change, so no real issue there. So that solves that. Go back to our diff real fast. So yeah, here's the latest change here. Is bet exceeds our available balance, and then we add in maximum allowed bet is max bet. All right, I think we're ready to commit. Make sure we're committing those two files. Oops. Let's see, I have quotes in this, so let's just do a commit and we'll do the message with our editor here. Add max keyword to place bets for the maximum amount. Let's go ahead and push that now. So I can do a spot check on our documentation. Here it is. To bet the maximum amount, replace amount with max. For example, use this command to make a pass bet for the maximum amount. Make a pass bet for the maximum amount. I don't like this formatting here, so let's clean that up a little bit. For example, comma, use lowercase. Now let's see what that looks like. Git add, git commit. Actually, let's compose my message here. Update, max bet, documentation. Documentation. Okay, go ahead and push that again. For example, comma, use this command to make a pass bet for the maximum amount, craps bet pass max. Nice. I like it. All right, well, I think that is it for me today. I've been approaching about 5 hours streaming, and I do have to go get ready for some Father's Day activities with my family, so I think that's a good stopping point. Just to review the work I've done today, we've added a command to remove yourself as banker. So last time we set up a banker queue, and we added some logic to allow the bot itself to serve as the banker if nobody volunteers. Now we've added a command to remove yourself, and if you do that, the bot will just step in to be the banker, unless somebody else steps in. We spent a lot of time adding the max keyword to allow players to place bets for the maximum amount. It actually took a lot longer than I thought it would. There's a lot of kind of little edge cases and bugs we discovered along the way there, but that is working now. And finally, we did a small tweak to the max bet documentation. It's kind of hard to do documentation because I don't see it in context until I commit it and push it. And after I pushed it, I noticed a couple of tweaks I wanted to make, so I just made a very minor change to the documentation. So what's next? I'm done for today, so I'm not going to do anything more today. But kind of what's coming up is I want to continue working on scripting. In fact, I really wanted to get the max bet logic working for the scripting, because I think that's going to be pretty important for the scripting aspect, just so we can save on having to do all that math in scripts. We can just say, hey, what's the max bet I want to make here, and just do that. I think that'll help with the scripts that I want to make. Other people, if they want to do something more elaborate, they'll have to work that out themselves. So probably next for the scripting, I would say, is to add a bet command, and with no kind of evaluation yet, just do a copy paste of a bet command, and then we'll start slowly adding in evaluations, variable evaluations, expression evaluations. We'll just have to see how that goes. Add support for more programs, multiple statements, system-defined variables. There's a whole lot of stuff to add there. But I think all the infrastructure is in place to support this stuff at this point. So I'll start with what I got, and we'll move that way. So next stream. So I stream every Sunday morning at 9 a.m. United States Pacific Time. So my next scheduled stream will be Sunday, June 23rd. I also do occasionally stream on weekday evenings and afternoons as my schedule permits. I don't have any specific streams scheduled for the week yet. My schedule is just a little too unpredictable, so I can't really promise any streams yet, but I am trying to fit more time in for streaming, so look for me at that time. All right, thank you very much for checking me out today. This is it for me. I will catch you guys next time.